to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the auction gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver-proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.
We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's time once again for your host, Ray Taylor. It's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and Ray's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ray Taylor, and welcome to the Fine Art Auction. And we truly have a special show for you tonight. International superstar traveling a great distance just to be here. Lisa Mee, artist extraordinaire, is going to be live in our studio in about 2 hours. I hope you're here. You've got to tune in and watch this show. Last night was spectacular. Well, anyhow, in the interim, in the next 2 hours, we're going to have works by modern masters, works of great antiquity, street art, and everything in between. It'll be a lot of fun. We're going to start the show with the Marc Chagall. How about that? Now, if you've never seen the Fine Art Auction before, we're live, nonstop, 5-hour art auction. That's right. We go all the way to midnight. We broadcast out of Atlanta, and it's a lot of fun. If you want to preview the auction catalog, look right down here. www.shopavc, America's Value Channel. And look for the auction catalog. Pretty simple. If you're out and about and you want to show your friends, go to Facebook. Type in the Fine Art Auction. We'll pop right up. Go to YouTube, the Fine Art Auction, and you can always watch for free on our website, Shop AVC. Pretty simple. If you have a question, call in. It's a live show, and we'll try to address it on the air. If you want to say hello or a shout out to an artist like Cheryl Green, I did get your message. Yeah, we can do that. It's fair. It's like a family around here. It's a lot of fun. Let's get going because this is live and this is real and it's happening right now. And let's get started with the most romantic story in the Bible, the Song of Songs. It literally is the most romantic story, and some would even say it's a bit erotic. It's quite unusual. That's going to be 21 by 22. 21 by 22. Let's go to the certificate. Now, as you can see, this is a real lithograph, Cantique des Cantiques, the Song of Songs. The Song of Songs by Marc Chagall. Lithograph in black ink on wove paper after the original. The artist did the drawing first. And then in 1960, a first date of that drawing, the first printing of that drawing, was published by Merlot in Paris in 1960. And these are becoming more and more scarce, more rare. The value of these have been, well, they've just been going up so much. And you know something? If you know someone who's getting married, if you know someone who just got engaged, the Song of Songs, this work of art, would be a spectacular gift. Now, if you look at the Old Testament, most of the books in the Old Testament, they really focus on law. And they focus on the covenant between a human being and God. They focus a lot on divine worship. But this one, like I said, is, well, no other way to put it. It's erotic poetry. These are two lovers that express a truly passionate desire. And they exchange great compliments, and they invite one another to enjoy. And I think that this passage in the Bible has been championed by women around the world, because if you look at all the scholars that study the Bible, they tend to hold that the lovers in the Song of Songs, are unmarried. And that is in accord with its ancient what's called the Near East context. These women of Jerusalem, they form a chorus to the lovers, and that's why we see people in the background. And they actually function as an audience who, well, their participation in their lovers' encounters really does aid the participation of the reader. It's a celebration of love. It's a celebration of fertility rituals. Well, the actual authorship is unknown, because it does go back to, because of its unity, its structure, the possible influences are from Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and Greek love poetry. Well, I did make some notes on it, and I do want to share. Now, I will share it with you. I can't read the whole thing on the air. It is rather interesting, but I'll start you off. The Song of Solomon, verse 1, chapter 1. Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for your love is better than wine. Your anointing oils are fragrant. Your name is oil poured out. Therefore, virgins love you. Draw after me. Let us run. The king has brought me into his chambers. And that's what you see there. We will exult. Now, this is the background, the chorus. We will exult and rejoice in you. We will extol your love more than wine. Rightly do they love you. She. I am very dark but lovely, O daughters of Jerusalem, in the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon. Do not gaze at me because I am dark, because the sun was looked upon me. She's very tan, dark skin. My mother's sons were angry with me. They'd made me a keeper of the vineyards, but my own vineyard I have not kept. Tell me, you whom my soul loves, where you pasture your flock, where you make it lie down at noon. For why should I be like one who veils herself besides the flocks of her companions? And it goes on. I'm going to just jump ahead, because there is a kind of a mysterious thing, and I did have somebody who didn't know. And while my king was on his couch, my spikenard gave forth its fragrance. Spikenard is an aromatic oil. It's an essence. A lot of people said it's something else, but it is not. Here, I'll show you. Oh, gosh. People are so fussy these days. And it was so easy to research. Go to my computer. And this is from the Bible. Spikenard. It is a class of aromatic, amber-colored essential oil. It is a plant of the honeysuckle family. Grows in the Himalayas of Nepal, so that wouldn't be in the Bible. China, that wouldn't be in the Bible, but India. It goes back to India. It has been used over centuries as a perfume. Historically, the shortened named nard has been, I'm getting carried away. Go back to the art. While the king was on his couch, my spikenard gave forth its fragrance. My beloved is to me a sachet of myrrh that lies between my breasts. My beloved is to me a cluster of henna blossoms in the vineyards of Engedi. He responds, behold, you are beautiful, my love. Behold, you are beautiful. Your eyes are doves. And there's much more to this. There's much more to the story. But what I wanted to do, and I was looking for this for a long time, and I mean a long time, and I found it. I printed this out over a year ago, and I lost it, and I found it. I was so happy. I just want to read it. Usually I talk about the history of the art, but I just want to read Marc Chagall's own words. Marc Chagall in the Bible. I quote Marc Chagall. Ever since my early childhood, I have been captivated by the Bible. It has always seemed to me, and still seems today, the greatest source of poetry of all time. Ever since then, I have searched for its reflection in life and art. The Bible is like an echo of nature, and this is the secret I have tried to convey. Throughout my life, and to the extent that I could, I painted in unison with my long-time dream. Hence, sometimes, I have almost an impression of myself being somebody else, different from myself as I am. One can say that I was born between the earth and the sky, and the world as I see it. It is a great desert in which my soul is wandering like a little flame. I wish to keep these works in this home so that people could come here and try to gain peace and quiet and spirit and faith and a sense of the meaning of life through my works. For me, these paintings represent dreams and hopes for humanity, and not for any one people alone. It is the result of my encounter with the great French publisher Ambrose Villard and my trips to the Orient that I came to the decision that my art should be in France, the country where I received a second birth. It is not my aim to comment on them. Works of art should speak for themselves. So often people speak of artistic manner, of form, and of the art movement to refer to color. Color is something inborn. Color does not depend on the manner of painting, nor does it depend on the form in which you insert it. It does not depend on your skill. It is beyond all art movements. Of all the art movements, only a few remain. If every life is inevitably moving to an end, then during our lifetime, we should color our life with our own colors of love and hope. It is in love and that any social logic of life that the essence of any religion is to be found. For myself, I consider the Bible to be a source of inspiration for perfection in art and life. Without this spiritual, biblical source, one relies only upon mechanical logistics and construction, and thus art and life become fruitless. People both young and old, and very young, could come to this place in search of that ideal of brotherhood, that love, that colors and lines could evoke in them. And probably in front of my paintings, they will speak the words of love, the love which I feel towards everybody. And then hatred will disappear. And like every mother who is giving birth to her child in pain and with love, these young, and not very young people will take new colors, create their own world of love. And everybody belonging to any religion could come here to speak about their dreams, which is so far from malice and indignation. I would also like this place here to be a place where works of art and proof of high spirituality of all peoples are exhibited, and where music and poetry told from the heart were given a home. Can this dream be realized? In art, as well as in my life, everything is possible if there is love in it. And I think there's a lot of love in this. And if you ever get a chance, you must go to Paris and see the ceiling of the Paris Opera. $120. These are selling for around $3,000 and $4,000. Bid the $10. You know, and I know you know, that the opening 2 hours of the show, you're fishing, you're dynamite fishing in a barrel. You're dynamite fishing in a Dixie cup, is what my friend Tom McCarthy would say. Dynamite fishing in a Dixie cup. You know and I know this is underbid. It's in a $300 frame. You're hitting a home run, my friend. This is beyond. Let's go back to the certificate. The original drawing was made by Marc Chagall. It is the Song of Songs, verse 1 from the Book of Solomon. Solomon chapter 1. The lithograph is in black ink and a wove paper after the original drawing. The original drawing was made into a first date, first printing, published by Merlot in Paris in 1960. 1960. I've got a $120 bid. Do you understand that a $10 bid could win a first date, first printing, lifetime Marc Chagall? His posters sell for $3,000. Posters that were printed 10 years after he died or after he died are $1,200. I can show you. $10 bids. We're doing $10 bids. Why? Because I don't bid for you.
You ever feel like you're yelling at the wall?
I'm sorry?
You ever feel like you're yelling at the wall?
Yeah, I am yelling at the wall. That's what. Guys, I spent 15 minutes on this. Bid the $10. You're living in an art collector's paradise. You're living in an art. I'm very serious on that. No, nowhere near the price of the frame. Absolutely nowhere near the price of the frame.
It's been 5 more times and still be in the $10 increment.
Gosh, 5 more bids. Tony's right. 5 more bids and we're still in the
$10 bids. I don't know. Maybe we should, review that policy and start the bidding at the price of the frame, maybe? I don't know. Could anybody really blame us if we started the bidding at the price of the frame? I mean, would you really be mad at us if we, it's a $300 frame. Let's start the bidding there. 150. You couldn't be mad.
Go to my computer. Here's a reproduction. It even clearly says facsimile. $1,700. My goodness. Let's go back to the art. You're doing so well. You're doing so well.
All right, guys, we will bid this out.
All right, and here we go. Go to my computer. Here is a modern giclée. It is a giclée. It was made this year. That was made this year. Chagall never saw it. He made the painting. But this is a photographic reproduction that was made recently. Let's go back to the art. And here we go. Here's a poster. It's a poster of an art show in the town of Menton, France. Go to my computer. This is a poster. This is $900. I'm offering you go back to the cert. What am I offering you? Framed. And a $300 frame. Bid the $10.
You want some good news?
No, I don't. There's no good news.
5 people hung up at 160.
Oh gosh. Well, you can get a better deal right down the road, right?
I'll say it once and I'll say it again here, guys. You could do a lot worse, but you couldn't do any better. You could do a lot worse. You can't do any better than that praise, guys. That shouldn't even have to be said out loud.
Okay, go to my computer. This is a poster for the Paris Opera. It's a poster. You can see in the upper left. It's clearly marked. It's a poster. It is a poster for the Paris Opera. Even in the bottom right, it's a poster for the Paris Opera. Guys, how much? Go back to the cert. What does ours say? First date, first printing, published by one of the greatest, arguably the greatest art atelier in the world. The greatest print shop in the history of mankind is Merlot. Find me a better one. Or tied for first with Ambrose Villard. Those are the 2 greatest of all modern art. Doesn't get any higher. A $10 bid could win it. I'm half the price of the frame. That is why I have what's called a set list. It'll let me know. And I write at the top of my set list every show. Be nice, be funny. Go to my computer. Here you go. Exhibition poster. Exhibition poster. It is an exhibition poster. It's a poster. It is a poster. Guys, bid the $10. I'm dying. I'm dead already. Forget about it. Let's go back to the art. I've got 160. Now it's going to bid a 170. I've got 160 going. What's going to pay you to buy it? I've got one. I'm so sad when I say that. Now, if you go to if you go to my computer, if you go to look in the upper left, top of the screen, Metropolitan Opera, the Metropolitan Opera. This is a poster from New York. It's $3,000. This is a poster. It clearly is marked as a poster. I'm offering you a first date, first printing litho. Bid the $10. Bid the $10. $10. All right, Raymond. Be nice. Go back to your art. Let's go back to the art. I've got 160. Now it's going to bid a 170. I've got 160. Now it's going to bid a 170. Way under the money. Way under the money. Way under the money now. All in, all done. Okay, you see this one? What's on the bottom? It's the Four Seasons, Chicago. Go to my computer. What's it say on the bottom? Four Seasons, Chicago. It's a poster. It's a poster, unlimited run, shot with a camera, no lithographic stone, no Merlot, just shot with a camera for the Four Seasons restaurant. $2,700. Go back to the cert. What am I offering you here? A first date, first printing, published by Merlot, 1960. And we had 4 people hang up at $150. I'm half the price of the frame. There will never be another show like this. Never. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to be very blunt. Cost of goods. Cost of goods. I've got 160 going. Once going to pay you to buy it. I've got 160 going. Twice going to pay you to buy it. All in, all done, all fair, all square. Yay.
Sold it under the money now. Way under the money. Congratulations.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, if you're a regular viewer of the show, our show producer Tony will put something very spectacular. And I do want to talk to you directly. We have learned in 2 weeks, it'll be 19 years of live, continual, nonstop, on the air, the fine art auction. We've been on television longer than Bonanza was. That's another story. But we know that the first couple of hours, there are very few people watching. So this is years ago, somebody said, put up items of low consequence. And both Tony and I said, no, you mean cheap stuff. No.
The show of the Chagall, that's low consequence.
Yeah. First date, first printing, Merlot, 1960. In any event, I'm going to print out, and I'll give the winning bidder the bio on a gold medal winner of the Paris Salon. If we could put that on, yeah, it's already on the screen right there. Gold medal winner of the Paris Salon. Try to buy one when you're in Paris. Walk into any gallery. I'm looking for any original oil painting by a gold medal winner of the Paris Salon. He also won the silver medal and the Gonzalvo Prize and much, much more.
You know what's most impressive is the year that he won it. Because he was competing against the biggest names of the 20th century.
Right.
The biggest names.
Yeah, 1938, yeah. It was really at a peak.
Everybody was still exhibiting the Paris Salon.
Yeah. Then 1939, with the specter of war upon the horizon, things did sadly change. He was born in 1886. He passed away in 1976. He is still a giant in the art scene, in the global art scene. And again, he backs it up. Well, you know, I've long said that people know what they are. Like, for example, boxers. They know that they're going to grow up and be a boxer. It's just in them. As you know, 3 weeks ago, I took a weekend off. I went to my high school reunion. And I was in Atlanta Airport, and this group of about 30 people walked up and sat down. And in about 5 minutes, I figured out, oh, they're theater people. And they really were theater people. One got up and decided to read a long page of poetry. The other two rehearsed a scene. There were 30 of them. And I was like, this is fascinating. I go, I wish I had a movie camera. And it was, and the drama and the complaining. And I go, these are real, honest to goodness theater people. They can be no other way. Some people just are. Jerry Lewis really was funny. He really was anyhow. And Dean Martin really was cool. Anyhow. It was at the age of 15 that André Leon Vivrel said and told his family, I'm going to be a painter. And his father wasn't too keen on it, but his mother, Leonie, she was an amateur. She was an amateur painter as a young lady. And she was the first, mom's going to be the first to support him and encourage him. And his very first painting said on the back, it was a thank you to his mother. He said, I quote, I remember it well. It was a small landscape, a view of a wood. I was 15. His father was a wine merchant in Paris. Okay, your dad owns a wine business in Paris. You think You think it's going to succeed? Yes! 200 years ago, 100 today. But anyhow, he wanted to keep his son in the family business, of course. But he had finally relented. He said, I proudly recall that I had received a first prize for drawing in 1870. A very vivid childhood memory that kept him from forcing his own son to join the family business. So back then, and all the way up until 1996, France had a mandatory 2-year obligatory military service. So he joined the army at 18, and then he got out, and he entered art college, Académie Julian. And that is where he studied with Paul Albert Laurent. Go to my computer. The Académie Julian lives on today. It literally has shaped the history of art. If you'll notice, this painting is very, very controversial. Why? It's all female artists. It is all female artists. Bravo. There is the founder, Rodolphe Julien. Look at the students. It was way ahead of us. Now, there are men, and this is all women. It was ahead of its time. All men, and some of the biggest names in art are in that photograph, of course. Men and women encouraged to paint. Very avant-garde of its day. Let's go back to the art. So anyhow, he joined the Académie Julian. It was a great victory for him. A great victory. He said it was the most carefree time of my life. My father, who owned a wine business, allowed me to rent a studio in Montmartre, the center of Paris's revelry. I was very proud to tell everyone I was only 8 numbers on my address, 8 numbers away from that of Auguste Renoir. Well, tragically, 1913. Well, I must start over. Wonderfully, in 1913, he exhibited at the Paris Salon, the Salon des Artistes Français, in 1913. And then again in February of the next year. But then World War I started. He was called up for active duty on August 2nd, 1914. He proved his valor at the Battle of Verdun, and he was awarded the Medal of Honor, the Croix de Guerre. They do not give those out lightly. He won the Croix de Guerre at the Battle of Verdun. My grandfather was at the Battle of Verdun, Raymond Taylor. He took mustard gas, spent a year in the hospital. They let him out, and he died. Anyhow, that's another story. But my grandfather, my namesake, was at that battle. And that same year, on short leave, after you win the Medal of Honor, you know what they do? They give you a week's pass. You can go back to Paris and drink wine. And anyhow, but on his leave, he went back and married his girl, Germaine Dugal. And he was wearing the Croix de Guerre, the Medal of Honor, before he went back to the battlefield. He had a week's pass. Gee, thanks. He left his family with a self-portrait that showed him in the center, his mother on the left and his new wife on the right. And then the war was over. He lasted another year. Can you imagine? Another year of combat. When the war was over, his landlady, and this is what you should do, kept his studio, didn't rent it, and when the war was over, he came back to his own studio. That's what you do in life. He said the art market was depressed, times were hard. He did get the honorable mention at the 1920 Salon. The French government bought 2 of his oils, 2 of his paintings. But it was hard. He also had 2 paintings accepted by the Salon of Independent Artists. But now here we go, and this is where you need to follow along with me. Go to my computer, and I will print this for anybody, for the winning bidder. It's easy. André Leon Vivrel, watch this. Anybody can look it up, just type his name. When the war was over, he began regularly exhibiting at the Paris Salon, reaping a rich harvest of medals and awards. When the first time he appeared at the Salon, the National Society of Fine Arts, and then he won the Gonzalva Prize in 1932. A year later, he won the Silver Prize, the silver medal, at the Salon des Artistes Français. You want to go big? Let's go big. Let's go big. He won the gold medal at the Salon des Artistes Français in 1939. He won the gold medal. No, this is not a $300 painting. You'll never see this painting for $3,000. Guys, we're looking for a lot of money. This is a gold medal winner at the Paris Salon. Before that, he had won the silver medal at the 1937 International Exposition of Art in Paris. Silver medal winner, gold medal winner at the Paris Salon. I've got it in a $500 frame. I want to let you know something. There will never be another art show like this. And if we can make it through the next 3 years, and I think we will. But I just know, I want you to make videotapes of this show so you can look back and just say, I lived in the glory years of collecting art. I was there. And this is a landscape. He explored the landscape genre continuously throughout his career. And this is what I like. The neighbors remembered this picturesque figure of a painter cycling along the riverside with a cloche hat pulled down. It's a French hat. I'll show you. Pulled down over his ears, a canvas strapped on his back, and painting equipment bulging out of his panniers. Those are bicycle baskets. They're baskets. Thus equipped, he set out for the day to recapture the instantaneous impression of what he observed. This is one of those paintings. Look at the year. The war is over. World War I is over. It's 1930. Oh my gosh. I would love to own this. When not traveling around France, he loved, go back to the art, it's magnificent. This is world-class French Impressionism. It's 5 years, it'll be 100 years old. Gold medal winner at the Paris Salon. Gold medal winner. Well, it's kind of interesting. He painted everything. One of the weird things about him, and I think it's weird, is that he had a major art show in Paris in May of 1942. This is the height of the German occupation. 31 paintings, but what is interesting and remarkable about that show in Paris, May of 1942, during the German occupation, it showed everything he painted, the nudes, the still lifes. And he said, I only painted still lifes when it was wet or cold or rainy and the weather prevented me from getting out of the studio. He said, but I look back and now I realize I paint them without regret. Because it was the key thing. You have to, I'm going to show this to William Holbert. Go to my computer. Oops, I'm sorry. I can't even do it. The artist limited himself to still lifes when the weather prevented him from getting out of the studio. He painted them, he said, without regret, though since the key thing for him was to simply not to stop painting. Right, William? In old age, he recognized that painting acted upon him like a drug. In the same interview, this perfectionist admitting to have destroyed many of his paintings that he found imperfect. This one is not. Guys, we're looking for 5,000 or 6,000. I'll take any. I'm below. I'm $100 below the price of the frame. When the war was over, he exhibited alongside Pierre Bonnard, Henri Lebasque, and Picasso in 1933. He exhibited alongside Pierre Bonnard, Henri Lebasque. Now, I know you don't know that name. He said, "I will continue to paint as long as I draw breath." And he did. He did. And he stayed in Montmartre. Isn't that one? I'll print this out for you. Isn't that wonderful? Now, I know you know Pierre Bonnard. I know you know Picasso. But let's talk about Henri Lebasque, his friend. This was his friend. I had a friend that looked just like that. His name was Mark Pearson. French post-impressionist. That's what this is. You're getting a very valuable painting for nothing. For nothing. For nothing. For nothing. For nothing. Now you're at the price of the frame. It's free. Key thing, right here. No kidding. He was very proud to say he lived only 8 numbers away from Auguste Renoir. Called up for active duty in 1914, he proved his valor at the Battle of Verdun and won the Croix de Guerre. That's the Medal of Honor. That alone would make me want to buy this painting. That alone would make me want to buy this painting. He got a 1-week pass, went home and married his gal. Good on you, mate. He won the honorable mention in 1920, and he never gave up. And right here, in 1939, he was awarded the gold medal and the silver medal 2 years before that. This is not a $600 painting. There has to be someone out there that knows. All right, let's go back to the art. I'm going to print it. I've got 6.5 now. It's going to be at 7. Going to pay you to buy it. You're winning a home run. You're hitting a home run. This is beyond. I've got 6.5 now. If you go to Paris, you'll never see this at $3,000. I remember being in Paris and going to an art gallery and looking around and going, "Oh, the average price here is $30,000. I get it." And the lady was so nice. "Good afternoon, monsieur. Can I help you?" I said, "Oh, I'm just looking today." It's true. And then I saw Miro, and it was $300,000. I had to ask. And I go, "Oh, does that seem a little high?" And she goes, "Oh, no, the owner is very motivated." I love France. Go to my computer. Here's a rare photo of me under the Eiffel Tower 6 years ago today. 6 years ago today. Let's go back to the art. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. If you want to hit...
Hey, Ray.
Yes?
I was about to say tough crowd, but we can't bring a crowd of 3 people.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd like to thank both of you for watching. I know I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. I have a guy, he goes, "Oh, I only watched the first 2 hours of your show." I go, "Why?" He goes, "It's like my private fishing hole. That's where I get all the deals." I go, "Well, tell your friends." He goes, "You don't tell your friends where your private fishing hole is."
He should do for us, since he's getting these great deals. He should tell us we start at 9 o'clock.
There it is.
We won't mess up his first 2 hours. He's like everybody else. He likes to watch a car crash or a train wreck.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Everybody likes to watch a good
This is a car crash in slow motion. But we mean well and our heart's in the right place. Oh, printing's done. I will autograph that for you. Keep it with the art.
Right.
All in, all done, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dali Dominiche, the Marquess of Dali of Poubal. A Marquess, in France we would say the Marquis. He was nobility. Born May 11th, 1904, he passed away the 23rd of January, 1989. His name today is synonymous with surrealism. He was a great Spaniard, renowned for his technical skill, his precise draftsmanship, but most importantly, the striking and bizarre images in his work. He was born in Figueres, which is Catalonia, Spain. He received a very formal education in fine arts in Madrid. As a young man, like many men of his time, he was influenced by Impressionism and studied deeply the Renaissance masters from a young age. But as a young man, and being aware of global situations and reads the paper, he became increasingly attracted to Cubism and all of the avant-garde art movements. So he moved much closer to surrealism in the late 1920s. He actually joined the surrealist group in 1929, and it is said that he became more surreal than all of the surrealists. His best-known work, The Persistence of Memory, was completed in August of 1931. It is the single most famous surrealist painting. It's at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. When war loomed and reared its ugly head in 1939, even though he had a Spanish passport and was considered neutral, Spain was neutral during World War II, there was a bounty on his head for making surrealist art. He was declared a degenerate artist, so he left for the United States in 1940. He became quite famous. He loved staying at the Hotel St. Regis. He was very brilliant. He was a genius. When he returned to Spain in 1948, did you know he lived in Monterey, California for a while in the 40s? Yeah, he did. He announced a return to the Catholic faith and developed what he called his own nuclear mysticism style. It was based on an interest in classicism, classical art, mysticism, and all the recent scientific developments. His artistic repertoire included painting, graphic arts, film, sculpture, design, photography. He would collaborate with many artists, including Alice Cooper. Matter of fact, he and Alice Cooper together made the world's first true holographic sculpture. It's at the Dali Museum in Florida. He wrote fiction, he wrote poetry, he wrote essays and criticisms. But I think his most important paper is his own diary, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali. His themes had no limit. His dreams, the subconscious, sexuality, religion, science, all of his close personal relationships. And that was to the dismay of those who held his work in high regard. And it irritated his critics that his very eccentric, his ostentatious public behavior often drew more attention than his artwork.
Now, we were finding that works from the Biblia Sacra, the sacred Bible, the Biblia Sacra, as interpreted by Salvador Dali, these are ranging in price from $4,000 to $8,000. And this is one of my personal favorites because it deals with forgiveness. This is Luke chapter 15, verse 11, the parable of the prodigal son. It's a story, one of the most important stories, actually told by Jesus at a sermon. It's actually told by Jesus in the Bible. And I love it because it's the theme of forgiveness. You know something, when you forgive someone, it's a mighty burden relieved. But it's much more. It's forgiveness, it's redemption. It's the unconditional love of a father for his son. Now in the story in Luke chapter 15, 11 through 32, the young son squanders his inheritance on reckless living. Oh, gee, we don't see that in the news today, do we? Yes, of course. And then he spends it all and eventually comes home. But his father, this moment here, welcomes him with open arms. And what that is symbolizing God's grace towards sinners. We all have sinned. It's a very important allegory for those who stray from righteousness and the joy of repentance and reconciliation. Life is short, my friends. The posturing, the gesture of this, just the presentation of this. There's a very famous painting by Pompeo Battoni. It's The Return of the Prodigal Son, 1773. Go to my computer. I look at the robes. I am convinced that Dali saw this painting, and perhaps it inspired him. Look at the boy. At one point, he was living on. He was jealous of. He became the lowest of the low. He was a hog tender, a pig tender. He had to feed slop to the hogs, and he became jealous of their carob pods. Carob is used to make. It's ground into a powder, and you make a carob drink, and it's awful. It's like, anyhow, go back to the art. I'll figure it out. And there are other great in the Brooklyn Museum, and I was lucky enough to see this, and I gasped when I saw it. Go to my computer. The original by James Tissot. And the young brother is looking from the top of the stairs. It's repeated so many times throughout history. And there he is tending hogs, and he's jealous of the food that the hogs get. That's why he's so skinny in Dali's illustration. He comes home, he has no money, he spent it all. I'm pretty sure that's Rembrandt. That's got to be Rembrandt. Yes, it's in the Hermitage. No, I haven't seen it. I would love to go. I had a chance to go on a cruise ship as an auctioneer. I thought it was Caravaggio. All right, we get the idea. Let's go back to the art. Again, this is a wealthy man. He has two sons. The young boy, kind of rambunctious, wants for his share of the estate. And the implication, of course, is that he does not want to wait until his father dies, but he wants it immediately. And so the father agrees, and he divides all the money he has between the two sons. And of course, this wild young man gets his money, and he starts traveling. Young people, of course, you want to travel. I like to travel. And he lives high on the hog. And the irony, he runs out of all of his money just before a severe famine strikes the land. And he is desperately poor. He's starving. And he gets a very filthy, very low-paying job as a swineherd. And he reaches the point of being so poor that he's jealous of the food of the pigs. He has to give the food he's given to the pigs. Then Luke chapter 15, verse 17. And when he came to himself, he said, "How many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I will perish with hunger? I will arise and go to my father, and I will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and I am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me as one of thy hired servants." Then he arose and ran to his father. But when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him, and with compassion, and ran, and fell upon his neck and kissed him. And there's the brother in the background. The brother is watching. Now, this embrace implies that the father was hopeful that the son would return. And the boy at this moment is starting this rehearsed speech, admitting that he has sinned. He says he's unworthy, but he doesn't even finish before his father accepts him back. And the father calls for all the servants to dress the son in the finest robes, even put a gold ring on his finger, and sandals on his feet. You notice he's barefoot. That's poor. And to slaughter our fattest calf for a celebration meal. Now, the older boy in the background hears all of this celebration and is told by a family servant about the return of his younger brother. He's not impressed. He's angry. And he too has a speech for his father. He says to his father, "Lo, these many years I served thee. I have neither transgressed at any time, never disobeyed thy commandment, and yet thou never gavest me a fatted calf, and that I might make merry with my friends. But as soon as this son comes home, hath devoured my living with harlots, thou hast killed for him the fatted calf." Anyhow, the end of the story, and this has been in country music, it's been repeated in many versions. There is a point to all of this. The father replies, "It was in this meeting that we should all make merry and be glad. For this thy brother was dead and is alive again. He was lost and now he is found." Amazing grace. All right, here we go. At $4,000, would you bid? And I can prove it. Let's go to the certificate. The Return of the Prodigal Son. From the Sacred Bible, the Biblia Sacra. Albert Field catalog, Menschler Lopsinger catalog. This mixed media color lithograph has silk screenings. You ever wear a t-shirt? That's a serigraph. You know, like it's got a rock band or a race car on it. You ever wear a printed t-shirt? It's a serigraph. Varnish, metallic pigments over the lithography. It starts with a base coat of a lithograph, and then you do the printing over it. These are said to be, and I have no other data, they're said to be Salvador Dali's most expensive cost per unit prints ever made. First date, first printing, 1964, published by Rizzoli out of Milan, Italy. These are very, very scarce. The market is drying up. Why? There are fewer and fewer, less and less collectors willing to break apart an intact suite. An entire portfolio has just sold for $350,000. That is going to be 22 by 27. And we did have a client that said they saw a portfolio, a complete Biblia Sacra sold at $500,000. If you have that data, I have not been able to find it. Please let us know. But I am aware of the one that sold at $350,000. So do the math. 105 prints. Oh, where was I? 22 by 27, 22 by 27. That's 33 right there. So you know the size. It is signed in the bottom right, big full signature there. The Return of the Prodigal Son. The power of forgiveness. The power of forgiveness. So, like I said, did they have... What? Okay, this is absurd on a level that we've never seen before. Let me give you an idea. I know a lot of you just don't have anything to compare it with. Go to my computer. This is a very reputable gallery in Colorado. Unsigned. How much? And you don't want to bid $25. Okay, that's a fluke, right? Oh, no. This one right here. Now, this is challenging. It's called The Death of Jesus. Not everybody wants it in their home, hence the lower price. It literally is titled Jesus' Death. Now, I could own it because I would respect it and revere it. But it's not. But you want a happy one. There is the flight into Egypt with Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. How much? Oh, but it is a correct Dali original Biblia Sacra. So what do they run? And I'm at $325. I'm at $350. Again, this one is challenging, hence the price. Not everybody wants the death of Jesus on their wall. I could do it because I would respect it. It would even give me pause to prayer from time to time, not every day. But that one's $4,000. A happy story? Not a happy story. It's got the happy space elephants. That's why it's desirable. Okay, unsigned. Okay, We have never had bidding this low in 18 years and 11 months and 2 weeks. And it is across the board. Let's go back to the art. Guys, you're living in I'm just going to keep saying it, because when it's over, it's over. You're living in an art collector's paradise. I am below the price of the frame. It's a $700 frame. The only thing that keeps us going is that we have an in-house frame shop. My friend from Tennessee taught me this phrase. Vertical integration. Thank you.
Fair deal. Square deal, people. This is more than square. You're winning.
Guys, bid on this.
There's fair deals and then there's winning deals. And you're winning.
Go to my computer. This is the price of the frame because it's a poster. It was printed this year. It's a poster. It's not signed. It's a poster. It's a poster. It was shot with a camera. It's a photomechanical reproduction, but it's in a lovely frame. Which would you rather have? Which would you rather have? All right, let's go back to the art. If there ever is another TV show, anything remotely like this. Oh, and I do want to let you know, I had a conversation with an art dealer out in Los Angeles. And he was talking about art, and he was going to expand his company. And I said, "Ooh, that's kind of risky." It was kind of risky doing that, during these economic times. I said, "Have you ever thought about doing looking for a job?" I said, "Why don't you ever start about starting a TV show?" He goes, "No, that'd be stupid." I've got 400 now. I'm not at the price of the frame, and I want you to check. I want you to go to a nice frame shop, any of them, and say, how much is this frame? And they won't sell it to you for $400, that's for sure.
All right, verify.
Okay, there are 3 Biblia Sacras on the market today. Go to my computer. This is a Biblia Sacra. It is unsigned. This is a Biblia Sacra. It is correct. There is nothing wrong with this. The content is very challenging. It is 4,000. This one has the space elephants. Very desirable. That one is 8,600. You sure you don't want to bid $50? The Return of the Prodigal Son. I've got 400 now. I'm going to bid a quarter. You'll never see prices like this again. I've got 4 now going once.
I hope I don't.
I got 4 now going twice. All in. All done. Hammers up and I'm all done, all in, and I sold. Dotty dot.
Every line,
Without
every curve,
without a doubt, the hottest artist in the world.
every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! Sold! California!
Sold it under my
Sold.
sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time
Hammers up and I'm all done, all in, and I
for cash.
Sold.
world. Without a doubt, the hottest artist in the world today is Simon Keff, whether it's the design that he did for the first all-electric Porsche, the Taycan, yes, they chose him, to being the official artist of World Cup soccer. His art, he designed the artistic goalpost for World Cup soccer. It was seen by 5 billion people, but without a doubt, he is the hottest artist in the world right now. He's a German street artist who was born in 1989. Today, we simply call him Keff. It means scar. Well, when you think about it, if you do graffiti on a public building, that is kind of like a scar on the building. And it's a good, like I said earlier, a good piratey name, a good street art. You want something, a little dashing there. He was born in Übach-Pallenberg in Germany in 1989, but he moved to London in 2013. Why? And if you've watched this show, why do we have so much art from London? It is the epicenter of the world's most important art movement, the art movement of our day. Urban art, street art, graffiti art, whatever you want to call it. He moved to London in 2013 to immerse himself in that city's booming street art scene. It would be like Renoir or Toulouse-Lautrec moving to Montmartre to be part of the post-impressionist or the impressionist era. He's currently based in Berlin. He's been traveling, Singapore, Taiwan. I don't know where he is right now. I know he did tour Italy. He is thriving. He looks at his art, and great art is always an extension of the artist. He says, I look at my art as an indelible mark. It's left not only on the surface that I paint, but on the minds of those who view it. Because he approaches art with a sense of balance and harmony. He said, obviously, and he'll say it over and over again, I am influenced by the spirit and flow of Buddhism, of nature and freedom. What he has done, and the artists that stand the test of time, transcend the movement. His work transcends traditional graffiti. It has brought him into 2 museums. He has these swirling lines, these organic waves. They energize, they enliven, they harmonize space. It's a very beautiful line, and he mixes it with color. He's been doing both interior and exterior art for the public. He's been doing private commissions, the House in Berlin, Park Lane Hotel in Hong Kong, the Commerce Building of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He's done murals in the United States, in a town I love, Dali, China. England, France, Germany, Guatemala, Israel, Spain, Wales. It really began, I think the breakthrough moment was when he was commissioned by the great retailer, Urban Outfitters, to design the interior of their stores in London. And from there, it went to Berlin. Then their stores in Stuttgart, then to Hong Kong. From his museum work to the celebrity that he attracts, this is just the beginning of his career. But I want to end this with a quote by him. He said, for me, the most important aspect of my work is that people just enjoy looking at it. To me, the joy of painting is absolute freedom. I can express what I think the whole world needs, and that's harmony. We see that over and over again. Mark my words, acquire a Keff. And I've never, if you've watched this show for 18 years, I've only said this about one artist. Think about getting more than one.
I've got so much data on my computer, and I'm mad at myself because this is very similar to the black and gold paint job he did on a 2025 BMW. I mean, the top-of-the-line luxury model that was shown at the International Mall, the International Plaza Mall in Tampa, Florida. Full-size, beautiful, hand-signed. That is going to be 23 by 30, 23 by 30. Nothing on the back. It's custom made to the piece, and no kidding, about a $500 frame. I've got a $250 bid, once again, lucky bidder you. And we did have a phone call. Put me on camera, Dave. Why the tux, Ray? Well, in about an hour, we're going to have international superstar Lisa Mee right here in the studio. Tonight is going to be extraordinary. So we thought we'd set the tone with some very high-end and beautiful art. Oh, the one thing I wanted to show you. was the quality of printing. Gold is the hardest color to print. Let me get a little closer. Once again, Simon, it's better in real life than it is on a TV camera. It is exquisite. It is absolutely perfect. Let's go back to the certificate. Well, 7 years ago, we would be above $3,000 right now. Why? Because it is the original handmade screen print in color, 100% cotton paper, hand signed. It is an artist proof. Wow. Let's go back to the art. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. At an all-time record. Go to my computer. You know, World Cup soccer. These are all Kef paintings on Berlin City Hall. These are all Kef paintings on Berlin City Hall. That is pretty darn cool. He is an international superstar. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Now, we're working to have this reproduced on City Hall here in Atlanta. He also, this is very similar to the BMW he painted. Okay, I want it. Let's go back to the art. Once again, go to my computer just to let you know it's going to change this year. In a few months, World Cup Soccer will be here in Atlanta. It's coming very quickly. And Qatar 2022, 5 billion. There are 8 billion people. That is more than half of the entire planet. Here's what happened last time.
Wait. What? The inspiration behind my design is that first it's the desert rose from Qatar, which I think the organic shape suits very well my work. And second, the colors of both countries, Germany and Qatar, I made them meld together into my design.
Now, to paint the goalposts for World Cup Soccer and have 5 billion people watch, galleries are now selling his paintings at $40,000 to $50,000. A painting just sold at $80,000 at a charity auction, and his prints are running about $6,000 now. I'm not kidding. His prints are running about $6,000 now at galleries. Go back to the art. This is exquisitely beautiful. Don't let it get away. You know what? Buy it. Just get it. Holy macaroni. Just found out. Go to my computer. On the internet right now, a painting is for sale. Yeah, they're going up. They're going up. They're going up, not down. Let's go back to the art. You want a home run. I mean, I can't give you any more of a blue chip stock. The great names of contemporary art. Simon Kef, Lisa Mee. I mean, my goodness.
700. 450. It is last call.
Okay, we have a new record. Go to my computer. I am on eBay right now. The first time I have seen a serograph at 12,000. They're going up. They're going up. They're going up. Let's go back to the art. They're not going down. They're going up. And in this format, go to my computer and sign, print. This is a print. This is a print. This is a print. This is a print. They're going up. They're going up across the... Okay, now I don't know who Prep 44 Mike is, but he sold 91 works of art, 100% positive rating, 100% positive rating. I think he's going to sell it. Why? We are a small boutique television channel. We're not everywhere. We can't afford to broadcast in Manhattan. They just raised our rates. Most cities, we can afford to broadcast in suburbs. It's called a television market. And the networks are like a landlord. They'll raise the price until you have to give up. And then they come back with a lower, more realistic. So we'll be off the air in like Brooklyn for like a year. There's not a lot of people that know about this show. I'm really saying this as a friend. Consider yourself lucky to know about this show. Let's go back to the art. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's true. It's hand signed. Original screen. It's got the gold and black, which I love.
14.
And I want to find that video where he painted that BMW in black and gold, black and gold, black and gold.
All right, 16.
And you know what else I like about him? He backs it up. He can paint anything. And there's no faking it, there's no shortcut, there's no baloney. He really is the real deal. He really is the real deal. Go to my computer. This is a variety of his style. There it is. Ah! Wait, I'm going to replay it and try to stop it on the BMW. Hold on, hold on. Am I quick enough? Am I quick enough? No. Can he do it? Can he do it? Lightning reflexes. Ha ha ha! That, can I enlarge it? Poo. There it is. I wonder how much that car cost. It was available through BMW of Tampa. Let's go back to the art. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, I would love to. The Porsche or the BMW. I'll take either one. I'm not fussy. No, I'd take either one. Porsche would be funner, but the BMW would have a better dashboard layout. Okay, I'll just have to take both. What are you going to do? All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. If you want to hit a home run. Okay, my friends, we are running out of time, and please remember, very shortly, about an hour, a little over an hour. Oh, and one other thing I almost forgot. Now, there are three. He's going global with the merch. If we could zoom in on that. You can look it up online. We cannot sell alcohol. John Nathaniel, vineyard out of California. These are Cabernet Sauvignon. Okay, we must move on. Let me set this down. I don't want to drop. Well, you better check the aroma on that. Open it up, and we better sample that. I don't want it to go bad.
I'm going to give you the empty bottle.
Yeah, that's my. These are my friends. And that one right there, that's sold to a very lucky bidder. Born April 6, 1483, he passed away April 6, 1520. He had a very short life. He only lived to be 37. But what an impact he left on the history of all humanity and history of art. Raffaello Sanzio from the town of Urbino. And that's why we see it, the V in Latin is U, Urbino, Raffaello from Urbino. He was summoned by the Pope. He was not only a great Italian painter, he was a great architect of the High Renaissance. And I will say this as well every time. I loved it. I did not write this. His work is admired for its clarity of form, the ease of composition, and the visual achievement of the Neoplatonic ideal of human grandeur. Let me repeat that. I think that is so noble. His work is admired for its clarity of form, the ease of composition, and the visual achievement of the Neoplatonic ideal of human grandeur. We all know that together with Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, he truly forms the traditional trinity of the great masters of that period. He was enormously productive. He ran a huge workshop of over 50 employees. And despite his early death at 37, he gave the world a large body of art. Well, why? How could he do it? His father was the court painter to the ruler of a very small but very cultured city of Urbino. But his father died when Raphael was 11. And I think that played a role and it shaped his life because at that time in the 1500s, he became the master of that studio. And his father had 50 employees. Now, his father had a brother, his uncle helped him run it, and his mother took care of the books. Mom's going to run the money and helped him with that. But he took it, an 11-year-old boy would take it very seriously. The death of your father at 11 is highly profound. And he was good. He was actually, there was a living master by the name of Perugino. He was listed in the guild as a fully trained master in the guild, and that's very serious, in the year 1500. That would make him 17. And he began working in and around several cities in North Italy. He let everybody else work. But in 1508, he was given an invitation by the Pope himself to work in the Vatican Palace. And yes, this is in the Vatican Palace. Go to my computer. Anybody can look it up. Just type in the Raphael rooms of the Vatican Palace. I'm on Wikipedia, so this is not something complex. You don't need a big, expensive book or something hard to read. They're in the Apostolic Palace. And I think we saw that on the news recently. They're on the top floor, upper right. Top floor, upper right. Right behind that is the Sistine Chapel. And so when we go through, and those are the Swiss guards, we can see the Sistine Chapel. All right, I have a tendency to do that. Hold on a moment. How do I get back? Go back to the art. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, the Raphael rooms. I love this quote. They are famous for their frescoes. They're painted by Raphael in his workshop. Together with Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling frescoes, they are the grand fresco sequences that mark the High Renaissance of Rome. So now we can go to my computer, And when we walk through these rooms, not all of them tell the story of the Bible. Not all of them are religious. For example, these statues on the bottom are literally called pagan. They are Greek, from ancient Greek antiquity, but they talk about learning and knowledge, and they're not sculptures. They're paintings in wet stucco, wet cement. The technique is fool the eye, trompe l'oeil, but enough about that. Some of these images are of great battles. Some are religious. I think the greatest masterpiece of them all is right here, the School of Athens. Everything on the left side of the composition deals with theory. Everything on the right side of the composition deals with reality, deals with fact. If we look very closely into the center of the composition, we see Plato and Aristotle in the kind of the orangish, peach-colored on the left. The two gentlemen in the left in the arch was posed for by Leonardo da Vinci. Directly beneath him is Michelangelo working on the theory of the drawings of the Sistine Chapel. To the left of him, and again, this is all theory, is Pythagoras with the Pythagoras theory. In the bottom right, we see another mathematician named Euclid. And there's much, much more to the story. There's much, much more. The two statuary at the top are pagan. But anyhow. The one on the right is Athena, which deals with love and wisdom. I need to move on. Yeah, like I said, some are battle scenes. This is my favorite. The Battle of the Milvian Bridge. Constantine makes an oath to God, help me win this battle and I will convert to Christianity. And a silver cross appeared in the sky emitting smoke and fire. Dude, that was a UFO. Stop it. You're just rotten. So anyhow, all of the frescoes are numbered. Let's go back to the art. Sorry, Tony says I need to be very, very brisk. We have a lot of art coming up. In the bottom left, we have confirmed this. It is Raffaello from the town of Urbino, the inventor. Raffaello from the town of Urbino. His last name was Sanzio, the inventor. Let's go over here. There's Jacob and Laban. We're going to be talking about that in a moment. The lettering. Now, the lettering has to be done on a copper plate. When you print from a copper plate, the image is reversed. So the lettering is an art form to itself. So the typesetting was done by Peter Marietta in Italy with Jacobean typeface. Genesis chapter 29. I'm going to sneeze. Or not. The engraver, right over here in the bottom right, Nicholas Chaperon, F means fecit, F-E-C-I-T. Latin for made this was the printer. Fresco number 23. Now, they do not change the numbers of the frescoes. When you take the Vatican tour, you must make your reservation a month in advance. They're booked. It's like, have you seen the crowds? Now, I haven't been in decades, but if you try to see the Mona Lisa, there are hundreds of, it takes like 3 hours to get up close in the summer. Okay. The quality of printing on this is world class. The quality of printing, every line on this is world class. We're looking for well over 20,000, 12,000 would be fair. Look at his gown. Flawless. The whites are white. The blacks are black. It's not muddled. The bite is crisp and clean. This is printed by the Vatican on the Vatican's printing press. Let's go to the certificate. Jacob reproves Laban. We're going to be talking about that in a moment. His real name is Sanzio, Raphael Sanzio, from the town of Urbino. The original engraving is printed in a black ink on a watermarked laid paper. There is no photograph of this. There is no copy. It's the original engraving. First date, first printing, executed and printed by Nicholas Chaperon in Rome in 1649. He passed in 1520. Rome, 1649. This is extremely rare, done under the aegis, done under the direction of the Pope himself. The Pope commissioned this. 26 by 21, 26 by 21. $700 frame on a slow day. Why? And I'll prove it. Outer gold fillet, inner gold fillet, this is all wrapped with linen. This is plexi, not window pane glass. A record on one of these is $12,000. You're living, I'm just going to keep saying it, and then somebody will realize, you're living in an art collector's paradise. Because of a perfect storm of economic conditions, you're seeing art at prices the equivalent of the Great Depression. I really cannot think of anything that could favor the art collector more than what you're witnessing right here and right now. Think about going to Rome, and there are many art galleries around the Vatican Palace. Why? Because people have leisure time. You've got two sweetie pies, honey bunny, they're together on vacation. They decided to go to Rome. Oh, look, there's an art gallery. Let's go in there. Yeah, I'm looking for a first edition Raphael, first edition, commissioned by the Pope. It has to be signed. I want it to be in flawless, immaculate condition. I'd like a $700 frame on it. I'd like paperwork on it that guarantees it's authentic forever. I want you to take care of all the paperwork, get it through customs to America. I'll give you $350. Okay. Genesis chapter 31. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, Jacob has taken everything our father owned, and he's gained all of his wealth from what belonged to our father. Then Jacob notices that Laban's attitude toward him is not what it had been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, go back to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent word to Rachel, there she is, and Leah to come out to the fields where his flocks were. He said to them, I see that your father's attitude toward me is not what it was before. Yet the God of my father has been with me. You know that I've worked for your father with all my strength. Your father has cheated me by changing my wages, lowering my wages 10 times. However, God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said the speckled ones will be your wages, then all the flocks gave birth to speckled young. And if he said the streaked ones will be your wages, then all the flocks bore streaked youngs. So God has taken away your father's livestock and given them to me. Well, okay, long story. It is a long story, and I will print it for you. End of the story. Jacob, this is a record low. My goodness. And how do I know it was printed on the Vatican printing press? It was the only printing press in Rome in 1649. Oh, I almost forgot. I will print out the verse, but I almost forgot something very important. One moment, please. Let's go back to the cert. Executed and printed by Nicholas Chaperon, Rome, 1649. Rome, 1649. Rome, 1649. Go to my computer. It's easy. I'm not doing anything fancy. He was a French painter and engraver. French painter, draftsman, and engraver. One sentence. I'm going to make it real big. One sentence. Look at how beautiful a painter Nicholas Chaperon was. Look how beautiful. What a great painter. Chaperon made a name for himself with his suite of engravings after the Raphael Loggia of the Vatican in Rome, 1649. There is no earlier edition. There is no earlier edition. This is a first edition Raphael printed in the Vatican in Rome in 1649. I am $300 below the price of the frame. Guys, I didn't used to sound like this. You know I didn't. We have collectors that truly go back 18 years. I never sounded like this. On this show, we used to average $6,000. Then the pandemic came. And then certain economic changes at the beginning in January changed this year.
I got a new nickname for Ray.
What is it?
Record Low Taylor.
Record Low Taylor. I used to be 10 cents on the dollar. That was pretty fancy. I can't.
Far behind.
Those days are behind me now. That's like, you remind me of Mo at Casanova. I get my suits from Mo, and I go, Mo, the jacket fits, but the pants are way too tight. And I said, I have a waist 36. He goes, oh, those days are long behind you now, sir. I go, thanks a lot, Mo.
I can put, the pants are at 38, but I can put 36 on the tag.
Yeah, that make it feel better. I long for the days of old 10 cents on the dollar Taylor. That'd be bragging, Tony. Now what's my nickname? Run it into the ground, Taylor. You are below the price of the frame. You are below the price of the frame. Let's go back to the art. It is spectacular. This is painful. This is painful. $250 below the price of the frame. Wait. I just saw something. Oh, we got to keep pace?
We're just wasting your time at this price.
I'm trying to bring up a poster of the Vatican. It's $500.
It's going to be okay, buddy.
It's a poster of the Vatican. It's $500. All right. 4 1/4 now. I'm going to bid a half. I got 4 1/4 going once. I'm going to pay you to buy it. I've got 4 1/4 going twice. You are witnessing history tragically unfold before you. All in, all done, all fair, all square. Him 5, 4, 3, 2. Yay.
Right, now we're done. Right?
There's a picture here of the Vatican. It's $3,600.
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Meet Lisa Mee, a visionary artist who transforms fragments of the world into radiant works of art. Her canvases shimmer with color, texture, and spirit, as if light itself were woven through the paint, drawing inspiration from stained glass, nature, and the stories we leave behind. Lisa blends recycled papers, gold leaf, and rich pigments into layered expressions of hope, healing, and beauty.
I found solace in my art, though. I mean, whenever I was stressed out, I still do that to this day. It's a transcendent form of meditation for me. I go into probably an unconscious deep breathing, actually. I actually notice it now, though, more than ever. And my hand is involved in every step of the way.
See Lisa Mee live in studio.
Hi, everybody. It's artist Lisa Mee. I'm really super excited to be returning to Atlanta for a live appearance on the Fine Art Auction channel this coming May 17th and 18th. I hope you'll join me. I'm featuring never-before-seen paintings, 2 of which are the largest scale paintings I've ever shown on the show, a figure and a landscape of a walk that I used to take with my beloved late husband, Wayne Ensard. Other paintings include my signature sunflowers, an homage to Klimt, and a vision of Marilyn Monroe. So I hope you'll join me, and I'll see you on the Fine Art Auction channel.
Only on the Fine Art Auction. Save the date.
He was born March 6, 1475. He passed away the 18th of February, 1564. 1564. Today we call him simply Michelangelo, an Italian sculptor. He's the greatest sculptor, in my opinion, he's the greatest sculptor of all time. Rodin is second, but he was a painter, a magnificent architect, a genius, and a poet. Born in Florence, Italy, even today his work has a major influence on all Western art. He is considered the true title of the archetype, the Renaissance man. There's only one other, well, two others, Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael. But given the sheer volume of surviving correspondence, the letters, the sketches, the reminiscences, the eyewitness accounts, Giorgio Vasari, Michelangelo is one of the best documented artists before the 1700s, before the 1600s. During his lifetime, he was so extraordinary. Not only was he described as the most accomplished artist in history, in his later years he was called Il Divino, the Divine One. The two greatest carved anything, I don't care what it is. Number one, the greatest sculpture of all time is Michelangelo's David. It's in Florence, Italy, in front of the Uffizi. There were 13 bronze castings that were done with an actual rubber mold. And one of the 13 is at the John and Mabel Ringley Museum in Sarasota, Florida. A lot of people don't know that when it was first released, it was called The Giant, Il Gigante. There is another work of art that he did during a war. It was installed in the middle of the night with a team of stonemasons. There was no pageantry, there was no speeches read, a prayer was said, bottles of wine were given to the people who watched the installation. It was during a war. Because it was put up into a little alcove in the Vatican, Michelangelo was so tired he went home and slept for a couple hours, but he was so excited that it was finally finished and installed. He walked up to the Pieta where there was once an empty alcove, and he saw a group of tourists, and the woman said to the husband, "Who do you think it is by?" And he goes, "I'm pretty sure it's the work of a sculptor from Venice." Michelangelo was so upset. If you look very closely at the sash of the Virgin Mary, it is the only signed Michelangelo sculpture. It is Michelangelo, Florence.
Want a detailed account of that, there is a book by Irving Stone, very affordable, called The Agony and the Ecstasy. And if you can read it without a tear coming to your eye, what a life he had, what a true genius, and he earned the nickname Il Divino, the Divine One. So where is this work of art? Why does it look vaguely familiar? Let's go to my computer. Now, just go to Wikipedia. You don't have to do anything fancy. Okay, Sistine Chapel ceiling. Now, I highly recommend that you read every word of this. It's very, 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 very long. We don't have time for that right now. So right here, it says the gallery of. So we're going to click on that, and there we go. And that way, we can move quickly. There are 9 scenes from the book of Genesis. The creation of Adam is the best known. So we look up. Now the center arch, it is arched, is 73 feet above your head. That's why the figures are exaggerated. Very few people had eyeglasses back then. And a lot of people, the wealthy, could afford what are called opera glasses, very low magnifying binoculars. In any event, let's start at the beginning. We have the first day of creation. God divides the light from the darkness. We have the second panel. God creates the earth. God creates the sun to light the day and the moon to light the night. We can see that God separating the waters from the heaven. The creation of Adam. God giving life to the first man and the first woman. The creation of Eve. The downfall of Adam and Eve, the expulsion from the Garden of Eden. The drunkenness of Noah. Noah's Ark, seen from the great flood. The sacrifice of Noah. And there it is. Hold on a moment, because I finally figured out a way to do this. I go back to the art because I have to open it in a new tab. I'm getting better, and then I can download it to my computer. Save image as on my dust. Back in my day, I'd have a 15-year-old kid do this for me. Okay, let me see if I can do this properly. Oh, I'm getting better. Okay, go to my computer. The downfall of Noah. I have to rotate it one more time. And there's our guy, bottom right. There's our guy, bottom right. There's our guy, bottom right. From the book of Genesis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm offering you a first edition Michelangelo Lifetime. Michelangelo saw this. He may have touched this exact one. I don't know, but I guarantee he saw it. If you read The Agony and the Ecstasy by Irving Stone, you'll discover that Michelangelo Simonetti, Ludovico Buonarroti was very paranoid, argumentative. He was in on everything. Are you ready for the kicker? Let's go to the certificate. A male nude seated on the pedestal is properly called an ignudo. A group of them is ignudi. They are nude men. Where did they come from? When Michelangelo was very, very young, when he sculpted David, he was only 26 years old. He was 27 when he did La Pieta. This is amazing. He would go to the Carrara marble quarry in Italy, and he saw these young men that had worked in marble, lifting heavy rocks all day, every day. You get kind of buff. And he said, and if you read his writings, this is a symbol of the beauty of God's creation. And so he chose them as his models, these quarry workers for the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Now, he died in 1564. Michelangelo died in 1564. He had a very long life. When was this printed? 24 years, but no later than 14 years before he passed. These are lifetime first editions. These are lifetime, first date, first printing, 4 catalog references. I'm sorry, 2 catalog references. The Barsh catalog and the Bellini catalog. The original, there is nothing earlier in history. There is nothing, I'm offering you a lifetime Michelangelo from the Sistine Chapel. If you walked into a gallery in Rome and they said 7,500, you wouldn't blink. This is a no minimum bid auction house. The engraving was executed by Adamo Sculturi from the design of Michelangelo. They knew each other. Signed on the plate by the engraver. I'll show you. First date, guaranteed first printing. There is no earlier printing in history. It is the book of Genesis from the Bible. Conceived between the years 1508 to 1512 by Michelangelo for the design of the Sistine Chapel ceiling in Rome. The copper plate executed by Adamo Sculturi, 24 years, but no more than 14 years before he died. It is an extremely rare lifetime Michelangelo. Don't let it get away. My goodness. Have you ever seen one before in your life? Have you ever seen one? Let's go back to the art. Very ornate frame, about a $700 frame. That's going to be 20 by 21, 20 by 21. Right there is the signature of the engraver. Michelangelo was a painter and a sculptor. He never made engravings. Let's go to the center bottom. That right there is a tour de force of the engraver's craft. Perfectly parallel lines draw freehand. That is so hard. And then the cross-hatching on the shadow. Let's come up to the musculature of the chest. Spectacular. That is $100 bill engraving. And again, the year is approximately 1450. I'm sorry, 1550. I made a boo-boo. I am dyslexic. And I do have OCDC. I have ACDC. And for those of you about to rock, we salute you. Now, some people say I have ADHD. Hey, look, a squirrel. God bless his heart. He's a poor little buttercup. Beautiful, thick, heavy frame on that. Very high quality. Just say it out loud. I have a chance to buy a lifetime first edition Michelangelo. A lifetime first edition. Go to my computer, and there it is. That is today, right now, the ceiling, as we speak, of the Sistine Chapel in Rome, right now. And for all of you Catholics that are watching, we now have an American Pope from Chicago. Da Pope! That's all the t-shirts, da Bears, da Bears, da Pope. I'm very happy for you. I'm happy for the entire world. If you were in a gallery in Rome and you walked in and say, hello, I'm looking for a lifetime Michelangelo, a true first edition, guaranteed authentic, published by the Vatican, how much? If you put it in a $700 frame, I give you $500. Guys, there will never be another show like this. And we're coming to the end of these lifetime Michelangelos. I remember we went through all of these Sarah Wall original paintings, and then right after the show, one sold for $48,000. Tony had 30 phone calls. I'll buy any Sarah Wall. I'll give you $5,000, $10,000. What do you want? And he said, we sold them all during the show. When these sell out, what do you think they'll be on the secondary market? $1,200 or $12,000? Our record on the show is $12,000. Our record. That was pre-pandemic. And again, guys, I didn't always sound like this. It was tra-la-la, let's sell some art. Oh, 10,000, okie-doke, doody-doody-doo. Tony says, I've no longer earned the title of 10 cents on the dollar Taylor. They're going to call me Crash and Burn. All right, wait, let me see if I can do this. There it is. And there's the image you would see. And in this image, he's in the lower left. He's in the lower left.
Pretty much set the art market back about 20 years.
Yeah, I did.
Good job. All right, guys, let me give you one more.
Anybody can find it. Just go to Wikipedia, the Gallery of the Sistine Chapel Ceiling. You can start by typing in Sistine Chapel Ceiling, and then go right here. Go to the gallery. That'll go right to the photographs. There is the image in toto, as they say. Toto 2? Toto 2. And then we click right down here to the book of Genesis. And there it is. No, it's not that one. It's the sacrifice of Noah. It is the sacrifice of Noah. And then we go to the, there, I've isolated the image. It's on the right. Guys, you know and I know, a guaranteed authentic lifetime Michelangelo should be $16,000. It's real. And I do want to tell everybody who's watching, we have a simple policy on this show, and that is why we've lasted 18 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks. Every work of art is guaranteed authentic forever. No 30 days, no 2 weeks, right? Forever. No auction house does that. You know why? Auction house is caveat emptor. It's where is as is. We ship. We provide paperwork. No other auction house does that. Well, maybe Sotheby's. Anyhow, we go above and beyond. Authorship is guaranteed unconditionally forever. No catch. No, there's no monkey around. Forever. That's it. Oh, you got to come in on a Thursday between 3 and 3:30 wearing a brown hat, and you got to bring a dog named Mickey. And no baloney. Every work of art is guaranteed authentic forever. End of story. Bid and buy with confidence. Over 85,000 people already have, and we have over 2,000 collectors in Australia, mate. Good day, mate. Again, very easy to find. Just go to the internet, go to Wikipedia, Sistine Chapel Ceiling. We see right here. Now, what's very interesting about this is that one of my favorite parts is not just the ceiling, but it's the altar wall.
Well, we don't have
time for the altar wall?
Unfortunately. We got Lisa Mee coming up soon.
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Donnie. Yes, Mother. Yes, Mother. Okay. But I wanna.
I know you want to, but let's set the board here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got the probably the most popular #1 image from Carl Stryker's print series. And wow, it's been 5 years since he printed this portfolio. That's how long it's been. And we only have 6 available, and that will be it on this edition. We got his last 6. He was nice enough to send them to us. I don't know what number you'll get. It'll be between 2 and 200. But guys, this was his most popular print portfolio he ever did. And I want to let you know that this edition is completely sold out. He sent us our last 6. But I'm going to do a special price tonight for the sake of time. We got Lisa Mee coming up here very shortly. We might start her a little early just so we make sure we have enough time for all of our lots. We don't want to rush through it. But I'm going to set a buy it now price on the last 6 available, his most popular image. And Ray loves it because Ray has one.
Because Tony bought it for me, because he's awesome.
It fell off the back of the truck.
Yeah, it did.
All right, so I'm going to give you a special price on the last 6 in existence, guys. These are the last 6. Let's go ahead and do $350, no buyer's premium. Now, what I want you to pay attention to is this is not a giclée. This is not an offset lithograph. There's nothing wrong with collecting those. This is the actual screen print. Kind of quite a step up in the printmaking process. So I'm going to give you a 3-minute clock. We only have 6 available. Most popular image you ever did. All 200 plus the artist proofs are sold out. We have 6.
Now, I don't have a letter from him. I've never met him. I don't even know what he looks like. I have a letter from his publicist, and I like his art. I quote, Carl Stryker, born in 1978. Mysterious artist or urban graffiti vandal? That's the question often asked about this British street artist who goes to great lengths to maintain his anonymity. Born in 1978, this clandestine artist's graffiti art is sometimes compared to the notorious Banksy for the guerrilla art tactics and social commentary that blurs the boundary between art and the environment. Stryker spray paints stencils of his own designs onto public buildings, and frequently without permission, further muddling the line between art and vandalism. Long before street art emerged into modern appreciation, it was born on abandoned buildings and in urban spaces. One of Stryker's earliest graffiti works, Location, 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 was spray painted on the side of a building, a dilapidated building, shortly after an article was published naming his hometown in England as one of the worst places to live. Location, Location, Location. So Stryker's graffiti art advertising the building for sale stayed put until the building was demolished. Now, some of his works remain untouched. Others are spray painted over by other graffiti artists, and some are covered up by the local authorities. They'll just paint over it. But Stryker typically photographs his art upon completion, although today a portion of his art, public art, remains undiscovered to this day. Whether creating art at midnight or in broad daylight, Stryker's key articulation is to get in and get out undetected, as he believes the disclosure of his identity would have a major impact on his ability to engage with his surroundings. His notoriety continues to spread from Northeast England throughout the world, as buyers from Australia, Malaysia, Japan, South Korea, United States, throughout Europe are commissioning artworks and buying prints of existing works. Still, fame is not at the core of Stryker's work. He simply creates for the satisfaction of doing it. And that's how real artists are. They really do. While Stryker always enjoyed creating art, he didn't subscribe to conventional art education during his school years. Of his constantly evolving style, he says, I think you learn from every piece you do. It helps to give you a little more direction in developing a new piece. Development of style in some cases can be down to a sheer fluke, a mistake. Apparently, we are taught to learn by them. Folks, his limited edition prints start at $2,200. His original paintings start at $5,000.
And I can show you what's on the market right now. Go to my computer, and I'll give you the website. This is a large original, very large, $35,000. It is the original on canvas. I'm redacting the title. The title has a profanity. That's why I don't think it's sold. It would take something like a very avant-garde bachelor. It doesn't matter. That is an unframed print, screen print on paper, unframed. That is an unframed print, screen print on paper. How much? $2,500. This is the most affordable print on the market right now. And we told Carl, we're not going to make you rich, we'll make you famous. Here is the only known one on the market that I can find. The edition has been sold out. We had one, I don't know, well over a year ago. Tony gave it to me. Why do I love the piece so much? I'm a member of the Audubon Society. I have 3 birdhouses in my backyard. I have 6 bird feeders. Why? This is Cornell Lab. Nearly 3 billion birds are gone. There's no habitat. And we're not planting trees that feed birds. I beg you, I plead with you, I implore you, put out a bird feeder. And now the hummingbirds are coming back. And it is hummingbird season, please. And you have to change the liquid. It's such an affordable hobby, pennies. Read the article. Everything in our lifetime. And please don't hunt birds. I have a friend of mine that still hunts ducks. Louisiana, read about duck hunting in Louisiana. The ducks are gone. And we had here in Atlanta, we had a large pond at our old studio. And one time I counted 175 geese. 5 years later, there were 2. And they were trying to hide the baby geese in the bushes, and they're gone. And I talked to a guy that was out there with a bow and arrow. He said, I only shot 4 of them. Yeah, but there's like 100 guys like you. He said, I only shot 4 of them. Go out and buy a turkey. Anyhow, this is, I have this in my living room. I look at it every day.
It's right next to the picture of me.
Yes, a very large, well, your statue.
Yes, there you go. I posed for that. It took many hours me posing.
Yes.
All right, guys, here's the deal. I've got 2 available, 2 left in the edition. I'm going to give you 1 more minute while Ray tells you about the virtues of hanging a bird feeder. Make sure the hummingbirds are fed. We need them to pollinate flowers and spread their...
Okay, Tony, true or false? In my hand is my Audubon calendar with pictures of birds.
I don't understand. We have a great collection of Audubons and we don't show them.
Oh, why don't we? They've gone up to like 9,000.
We have the 1849 first octavos and then we have the 1856 Royal octavos. They don't send... I don't know. I've asked for them. They don't send them.
Those are selling for like 9,000 to 16,000. Well, that's why they're not sending them. Because I'll get $300 for them.
All right, guys, 2 left.
All right, if you do want to collect a real John James Audubon first edition, the Octavo edition, call Tony direct or call me and leave a message, and I'll put you through to Tony, and you can buy it off the air. We have a lot of, hey guys, if you have a wish list, and by the way, this is not small. This is not a little bitty cheapo. That is a full price, $550.
You know what that is? And I'll tell you what I run into all the time, Ray. Somebody will call me and say, do you have one of these available? And I'll quote them an off-air price, and I get this a lot. When are you going to put it up for auction? I better go lower.
Yeah, of course. Be nice to Tony.
I don't own this product.
Yeah, we don't own it.
If I'm going to sell you something off air, it has to kind of, if it goes to auction, that's one thing. We're set in stone. But sometimes I'll have to quote you a little higher price. Then some people caught on to me and they'll be like, well, I'll just take my chances at auction.
25 by 30, 25 by 30, about 30, roughly 37 on the diagonal, 25 by 30 on the frame.
All right, here's the deal. We've got 1 left.
One left.
1 left. We're going to go ahead and move on, guys. We've got the 1 left. $350, no buyer's premium.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain,
Salvador Domingo Felipe
Jacinto. There's no
Salvador
brush strokes.
Domingo Felipe
It looks
Jacinto Dali
ethereal.
Domingo.
Doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see, so that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dali Dominiche, the Marquess of Dali of Poubal. A Marquess, in France we would say the Marquis. He was nobility. Born May 11th, 1904, he passed away the 23rd of January, 1989. His name today is synonymous with surrealism. He was a great Spaniard, renowned for his technical skill, his precise draftsmanship, but most importantly, the striking and bizarre images in his work. He was born in Figueres, which is Catalonia, Spain. He received a very formal education in fine arts in Madrid. As a young man, like many men of his time, he was influenced by Impressionism and studied deeply the Renaissance masters from a young age. But as a young man, and being aware of global situations and reads the paper, he became increasingly attracted to Cubism and all of the avant-garde art movements. So he moved much closer to surrealism in the late 1920s. He actually joined the surrealist group in 1929, and it is said that he became more surreal than all of the surrealists. His best-known work, The Persistence of Memory, was completed in August of 1931. It is the single most famous surrealist painting. It's at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. When war loomed and reared its ugly head in 1939, even though he had a Spanish passport and was considered neutral, Spain was neutral during World War II, there was a bounty on his head for making surrealist art. He was declared a degenerate artist, so he left for the United States in 1940. He became quite famous. He loved staying at the Hotel St. Regis. He was very brilliant. He was a genius. When he returned to Spain in 1948, did you know he lived in Monterey, California for a while in the 40s? Yeah, he did. He announced a return to the Catholic faith and developed what he called his own nuclear mysticism style. It was based on an interest in classicism, classical art, mysticism, and all the recent scientific developments. His artistic repertoire included painting, graphic arts, film, sculpture, design, photography. He would collaborate with many artists, including Alice Cooper. As a matter of fact, he and Alice Cooper together made the world's first true holographic sculpture. It's at the Dali Museum in Florida. He wrote fiction. He wrote poetry. He wrote essays and criticisms. But I think his most important paper is his own diary, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali. His themes had no limit. His dreams, the subconscious, sexuality, religion, science, all of his close personal relationships. And that was to the dismay of those who held his work in high regard. And it irritated his critics that his very eccentric, his ostentatious public behavior often drew more attention than his artwork.
One of the things that makes this show so special is scarcity and condition. That adds to value. Let's go to the certificate. Why is this work of art so special? There are only 25 in the world. There are only 25 in the world. It is the Annunciation with the Archangel Gabriel. It is in the Albert Field catalog and the Michler-Lopsinger catalog. This original dry point etching is printed in color on Richard Dabas paper. There is a town in France called Bas, B-A-S. Go to the Bas Paper Museum. The master paper, and this goes back to the year 1300, was named Richard. Richard of the town Bas. He made the best paper in the world. To this day, they only make about 130 to 200 sheets of Richard de Bas paper per year. But what happened? He had a beautiful wife, and a jealous lover killed him. So they have named their museum, and the most valuable paper in the town of Bas. Go to the Bas Museum. You're going to enter in the computer right now. This is the most expensive paper that Dali could find. It is hand-signed by the artist. There's only 25 in the world. 25. It is a true first state first printing of the Annunciation, the announcement to Mary that she is with child. Number 22 of 25 in the world. The Italian edition published by Michel Bruta in Paris, 1972. This is beyond scarce. It is truly world-class rare. On the frame now, about a $1,200 frame, and I'm not kidding. That's going to be 27 by 31, 27 by 31, 27 by 31. Condition of the document is flawless. Did you know that his signature is $10,000 now? The condition, and what I like about this one so much, if you study Buddhism, Taoism, contemplate your navel. Notice how the life force is coming from the navel of the Archangel Gabriel. That is a symbol of eternity, a symbol of the Lord. It is the, go to my computer. I would travel to Italy to go see what is considered Leonardo da Vinci's first complete painting, The Annunciation. The Annunciation by Leonardo da Vinci. It is an image as old as Christianity itself. It is one of the most, look at Gabriel, look at Mary. These images go back 2,000 years. And of course, that is the symbol of the Pope. That is the symbol of the Vatican, the cross keys of St. Peter. That is beautiful. Let's go back to the art. We're lucky to have this. There are 25 in the world. I'm offering you number 23. We're looking for $12,000. And I'm not kidding. When you look at the prices of the works of art by Salvador Dali, it's gone up so much. According to the Gospel of Luke, this announcement was made by the Archangel Gabriel to Mary, that she would conceive and bear a son through a virgin birth and become the mother of Jesus Christ, the Messiah, the Son of God. It is the incarnation. According to the Bible, Luke chapter 1, the Annunciation occurred in the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy with John the Baptist. Many Christians observe this event with the Feast of the Annunciation on March 25th. Now, it's an approximate date of the northern vernal equinox, which is the full 9 months before Christmas, which is the traditional birthday of Jesus. It has been a key topic of all Christian art ever since. I mean, even throughout the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, and earlier. And I think, it's so funny. I don't know why Tony has put so much religious art in the show tonight. He's our producer. But we have had a client call in a while back and go, is this like a religious TV show? And no, it's in context. If we have an image of war, we'll talk about war. If we have an image of the angel Gabriel, we'll talk about the angel Gabriel. It is in context. And just to answer another question that comes along this way, why do you have so much art of France, Spain, and England and Germany? It's a matter of geography. At the end of World War II, a great man by the name of Orban Huchet began collecting art very cheaply. And he continued to collect art his entire life. We found out there was 1, then 2, then 3 warehouses in Paris. So these are shipped over from Paris. They're extremely rare. No, this is not $850. Oh my gosh, this is not $850. You're lucky even to see it. I would be amazed if the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida had one of the 25. I would be amazed. The prices of Dali's art it just doesn't stop. Go to my computer, spot on comparable. Look what I've typed in, Dali art for sale. Anybody can find it. Look at this etching, spot on comparable. Spot on comparable. It's $30,000, but that's an edition of 95. They're saying it's very rare, 95. I have 25. I have 25 in the world. This is what's happening. Same signature, same. The Wolf Mark Sales Premium Antiques has sold 1,583 with a 100% positive rating. They're doing great. Doing better than us. Anybody can, it's on eBay. It's on eBay right now. I'm transparent. That's $30,000. Let's go back to the art. Ours is the Annunciation of Jesus. This one I had the chance to buy. It still bugs me. I didn't have the money, so it kind of does and it doesn't. Go to my computer. Salvador Dali had a dream of a ship that became a grand piano, and all of these guys were riding bicycles, and a man was playing the harp on the bow. It's $45,000. I had a chance to buy one for $8,000. I didn't have the money. Still bugs me. $45,000. But look at this. See, but it's pencil signed. $45,000. Guys, I'm telling you, there are 25 of these in the world. Same signature. Same signature. It's not going down, it's going up. The record for a Dali print is $400,000 for a print. Go back to the art. You'll never, guys, this is live TV, this is real. No, you'll never see it again. You will. It's the first and only one I've ever seen in my life. Go to my computer. Now this one's a little on the rough side. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. $22,800. 20% off. It used to be $28,000. Let's go back to the art. Oh, they want to see. They want to see the data on that. That's fine. I have no problem. Go to my computer. It is the cybernetic telephone Michler-Lopsinger Enfield reference 22,800. Same signature. 22,800. I'm going to try to find a close-up on the signature. That's not working. Go back to the computer. Go back to the art. I'm not very good at this computer stuff. All right. Okay, here's another. Last one. Go to my computer. This is $24,500. $24,000. Same signature. Oops, sorry. Did I boo-boo it? I boo-booed it. Same signature. $24,500. $24,500. $24,500. Guys, I'm at $1,400. Let's go back to the certificate. I'm going to tell you the odds of you finding an edition of 25. The odds of you finding any edition of 25 by Dali, I wouldn't call this scarce. I'd call it extremely rare. That is an understatement. Number 20, I'm sorry, I did say 23. 22 of 25 in the world. No, this is not a $1,600 Salvador Dali.
You know what I would say? It is tonight.
Oh, gosh. Tough crowd, no respect at all.
All right, last call, fair warning. All right, you're off there.
I want it.
Hammers up and I'm all done, all in and I sold. Henri, Henri Matisse, born December 31st, 1869, passed away in November of 1954. He had a long, beautiful life. He lived to be 84. But he almost died of cancer in his 40s. He always said, I had two lives. I had two lives. He is still known today for his use of color, his very beautiful, fluid, original draftsmanship. And I love this line, and I use it every time. I didn't write it. Matisse is commonly regarded as one of the artists who helped to best define the revolutionary developments in the visual arts throughout the 20th century. And he alone is responsible for significant development in both painting and sculpture. I mean, we have to remember, he was born, well, New Year's Eve, but his first day was January 1st, 1870. So he was 30 years old when he was the leader of a group of younger men when he painted in a style known as Fauvism. The intense colors of the paintings he did between 1900 and 1905 first brought him notoriety and then fame. I think a lot of young musicians these days mistake the two. Les Fauves, the wild beasts of art. Younger artists like André Derain, Maurice Vlaminck, Raoul Dufy would be led by him. Many of his finest works were created in the decades after 1906. In 1917, he relocated to a suburb of Nice, Saint-Paul-de-Vence, on the French Riviera. And the new and relaxed style of his work during this time gained him critical acclaim as a true upholder of all the classical traditions of French painting. After his second cancer surgery in 1940, his ill health prevented him from standing at the easel. So he created a very important body of art in the medium of cut paper collage. So to sum up, his mastery of the truly separate languages of color and then drawing, displayed in a body of work spanning over 65 years, has won him true recognition as a leading figure of modern art. And I mean that because if you really look at the history, the century, the 20th century, it was Picasso and Matisse, and then everybody else. I mean, they owned a century. They owned a century.
To me, what is so fascinating about Henri Matisse is that he frequently said, I had two lives. He said, the first half of my life, I focused on line. I focused on line and the shape and the form, but not so much on color. You don't need a big fancy library to study art. You can get a nice book. This is by Gilles Naret, I believe. I think the author is Gilles Naret. A lot of us, when we think of Henri Matisse, we think of him like this, kind of a Sigmund Freud genius, and he was. He's making line drawings of his daughter-in-law, Alexina Sattler. Her name was teeny, itty bitty. was given to her by her mother because of her low birth weight. She would marry his son Pierre. In 1938, they would go to Manhattan and open the Pierre Matisse Gallery. What I like about this author is that he went ahead and included the drawings from that posing session. And of course, now I can't find them. I just looked at them. I should be doing this off camera. The sketches are actually in the book. There they are. So these are the sketches that he made that day of Alexina Sattler, his daughter-in-law. But in 1940, he had duodenal cancer, and he almost died of cancer surgery. He wrote in a very famous letter to his daughter, "I sit before the canvas and I see nothing. I fear my heroic days are over." But he did recover, and he did make it through World War II, and he did go on to become one of the great. There he is. And you can see that he was very brave in his later years. When he would pose with his art, he would mask his infirmary with a wheelchair and a cape and go on to do great things. Now, this is a lifetime first edition. Let's go to the upper right. Henri Matisse. And I know it's 1943, but I believe it's the number 10. That would be October of 1943. October of 1943. Now, because it was wartime era, printing presses and printing facilities were in short supply, nearly non-existent. So he didn't have it published until later in life. 21 by 21, about a $300 frame. I'm offering you a lifetime first edition. Let's go to the certificate. Mademoiselle M.B. I don't know who it is. The lithograph is, he had about, last I read, 30 known models. Not all of them have been documented. The lithograph printed in black ink on thick wall paper after the original drawing. The original drawing was made during World War II, October of 1943. It was printed by André Surette in Monte Carlo in 1954. I think the Monaco Grand Prix is coming up in a week. Is it a week or 2 weeks? I think it's next week. I'll have to check. First printing, lifetime, and I've got 250. Let's face it, Henri Matisse and Pablo Picasso owned a century. They were the two greatest artists. I'm offering you a signed first edition Matisse, lifetime. I am not at the price of the frame. And guys, you're living in an art collector's paradise. You truly are. Let me put it, oh wait, where did I put that? I want to do all of my notes properly. Let me put it in a context for you of how advantageous this show is for the collector. Go to my computer. I'm going to do this live. You know the Museum of Modern Art, New York City. Isn't it West 57th? I think it is. Okay, I'm at their design store, their gift shop. And they've got all kinds of lovely things and just everything you can think of. Even, oh, here's a new one. Museum of Modern Art. Socks. I like them. I'll have to get me a pair. Did not know that. So let's go to Prints and Artists. And we go down here to Henri Matisse. T-shirts, $25, great price. This is a show poster. It's $6,500. If you become a member, you get 10% off. It is a poster. It's a poster. I'm offering you a lifetime first edition. Which would you rather have? It's a great work of art. I would love to own it. The provenance is impeccable. And you won't bid $25 on a first edition Lifetime. First edition Lifetime. I'm offering you a first edition Lifetime. Let's give it a clock. Bidder and go. And we are one lot away from the live appearance of international superstar Lisa Mee. You know, I just think it's absolutely wonderful. I'm staggered. I'm going to my computer. Here is a photograph of Matisse. It's a photograph of Matisse. It's good quality, no problem. It's $1,549. It's a photograph. I don't get it. It's free. Guys, just buy the frame. Oh, they can't see the price? All right. $1,549. $1,000 for a photograph. All right, let's go back to the art. Let's go back to the certificate. I want to let you know something. When he was living on the French Riviera in Nice, his home is now a museum. It was a short, you could either take the public train or you could go by taxi. I don't think he owned a car because he was in a wheelchair at that time. It was right down the road. Monaco is right down the road from Nice. The train was the most efficient way to go. And he would send Lydia Delektorskaya and take the art down to André Surette. They would print it and bring it home and then sell it. Guys, you could open an art gallery. You couldn't get this through customs and pay the shipping from France at this price. You couldn't get it framed at this price. You're living in an art collector's paradise. And it's beautiful. Look at the condition of the paper. One more look at the signature. October of 1943. Wow. Wow.
And that one right there, that's sold to a very lucky bidder.
Early in his career, Jean Miro primarily painted still lifes, landscapes, and genre scenes. Influences ranging from the folk art and Romanesque church frescoes of his native Catalan region in Spain to 17th century Dutch realism were eventually superseded by more contemporary ones. Miro's signature biomorphic forms, his geometric shapes, and semi-abstracted objects are expressed in multiple media, from ceramics and engravings to large bronze installations. Miro was drawn to the Dada and Surrealist movements. He became friends with the Surrealist writer André Breton, forming a relationship that lasted for many, many years. The Surrealists were most active in Paris during the 1920s. Their members, led by Breton, promoted pure psychic automatism, which heavily influenced Miro's work. Miro's first retrospective was held at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, to great acclaim. His renown continued to grow both in America and Europe, culminating in a large-scale mural commissioned in Cincinnati in 1947. A large exhibition of 60 of Miro's works was held at the Galerie Marge in Paris and subsequently at the Pierre Matisse Gallery in New York in 1953. As Miro aged, he continued to receive many accolades and public commissions. In 1974, he was commissioned to create a massive tapestry for New York's World Trade Center. Miro died at his home in 1983, a year after completing Woman and Bird, a grand public sculpture for the city of Barcelona. The work was, in a sense, the culmination of a prolific career so profoundly integral to the development of modern art.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very close to superstar, absolute international. I think we're what, one lot away or 2 lots away. This is a major work of art, and I think we already know that there are a bunch of bidders out there that are looking at this one. I've always wanted to go here. I'm going to make a big push to go here. Oh, it's not coming up. Hold on a minute. Go to my computer. This is on the French Riviera, just outside of Nice in the mountains, is the Foundation for Marguerite and Jaime Met. It is okay to call them Mage. I'll show you a photograph of the gentleman later. He had at one point 3 art galleries, one on the French Riviera, one in Paris, and another one, I think it was in London. Those sculptures, that's $500 million or $1 billion. An Alberto Giacometti sculpture can run $200 million. He's got 5 of them. I want to go there, I want to go there, I want to go there. I'm just going to click on a few of their pages, the foundation. Oops. No, where's the history? There's a page called the history. Well, that's how to get there, how to find us. Oh, I want to go here. The foundation, wait, discover the foundation. There is a page that, here it is right here. I quote, some of the biggest names in 20th century European sculpture, including Georges Braque, Jean Miro, and Alberto Giacometti, came together to help create the Foundation Met, which has become France's most important art foundation and is among the world's leading cultural institutions. The foundation was established by Jaime and Marguerite Met, a visionary couple who were publishers and art dealers. They were friends and represented some of the most important artists of their era. I'm going to enlarge it, I know you can't read it at home. Including Georges Braque, Miro, Alberto Giacometti, Alexander Calder, Fernand Léger, Marc Chagall, and many others. On opening day, July 26, 1964, it was opened by Charles de Gaulle's legendary cultural minister of art, André Malraux. That is huge. That is such a huge name. It was France's very first private art institution and modeled upon American art institutions such as the Solomon Guggenheim Foundation, the Barnes Collection, and the Phillips Collection. Isn't it wonderful? Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking for well over $10,000. By the way, it's not a museum. It is a museum, but anyhow, it's a museum, but not that sculpture right there is $100 million if it's a penny. It's, yeah. This is one of the most valuable Miro's we've ever offered. Let's go back to the art because it is hand signed. It is hand signed. I would have to say, and I would guess that it's from opening day. The 23rd of July, 1968. Yeah, this is quite valuable. Yeah, this is worth a whole lot more than that.
By 40, huge Moreau signature. This has got all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, I'm typing as quick as I can because I know I just saw one of these. I know I just saw one of these for an incredible price. No, they sold it. They sold it. Son of a gun. Oh, so back to the item at hand and the historical value and importance of this. I just had a conversation last night with Sweetie about I'm going to push, rather than going to the Paris Salon next February, to go to the French Riviera to go to my computer to see this. The Met Foundation. He founded Gallery Met in Paris, and there it is. He had one in Barcelona. He had a gallery in Barcelona, and St. Paul de Vence, which is near Nice. And that's the video that I showed you. And here he is right here. And I was very, very lucky because one of my favorite things to do in St. Petersburg, Florida, is every Wednesday morning at the Salvador Dali Museum down on the waterfront, they have, in the morning, coffee with the curator. And you can go to the best lectures for free. And they were having an art show for the great Catalonian sculptor, Eduardo Chillida. And he had passed, but his son was there, Ignacio. And they were talking about Jaime Met, and they were talking about everything like that. And so I waited till the end of the lecture. You're supposed to wait till the end of the lecture. And for answers, question and answers, and I raised my hand, and I said, oh, I thought his name was pronounced Maj. And he said, no. He said, I met him. I knew Jaime. He said, my name is Jaime Met. He was Dutch. He spoke in a very clipped accent. But the French pronunciation is more similar to Maj. And he said he was so polite. He never corrected anybody. And I would feel the same way, because when I checked into the hotel in Paris, when we went to the Paris Salon last year, he said, ah oui, Monsieur Raymond Tellier. And if you want to call me Monsieur Raymond Tellier, I'm good with that. You can call me that. Anyhow, I'm going to enlarge it because one of my favorite trivia is about Jaime Met. You can pronounce it Maj. One of his first jobs was in 1930 when Pierre Bonnard came to him and asked him to print a program for Maurice Chevalier. Maurice Chevalier's personality is just like that of Urbain Huchet, a perfect French gentleman. A perfect French gentleman. He represented Calder, Georges Braque, Marc Chagall, Giacometti, Jean Miro, and Fernand Léger. And much of his success as a dealer was attributed to his wife Marguerite. It's a wonderful read. He was the founder of a magazine called Behind the Mirror, which is a very surrealist thing. The foundation that we looked at has more than 12,000 pieces of art. And more than, I want to be on that list. I want to be on that list. I want to be on that list. All right, let's go back to the art. Underbid, 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 underbid. Underbid, underbid.
21. Ray, what are we doing here? 2,100?
We're 10,000 underbid.
County America's losing his mind.
That's going to be 33, too big for a yardstick. 33.
Guys, it's like, I can't even begin to tell you.
By 40, 33 by 40. That is 3 feet. And that is 4 feet. And this is more than a poster. This is an original Miro lithograph. 8,000 on a slow day, and we go up from there. Let's go to the certificate. Jean Miro passed away in 1983. The Foundation Miro à la Foundation Met. He was Dutch. My name is Jaime Met, but you can say Maj. The original lithographic poster, original lithograph, is in a poster form because of the addition of the lettering at the bottom. It is hand-signed by Miro, printed by Imprimerie Art, the art atelier, Imprimerie workshop. The Art Workshop of Paris, 1968, very, 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 very rare. Oh, so let's go back to the art. 1968, it was for opening day. It was for opening day.
I mean, I'm going to put the frame at 1,500, guys. This is incredibly low.
Yeah.
I don't even know what.
Oh, the frame is 1,500 all day long. Very thick, very massive, a frame within a frame. It's what we call a float mount frame. Let's come down here by the signature. Well, that's the wrong chopstick to use, but it goes in about an inch or so.
Guys, you got 1 minute, guys. Come to your senses a bit on this at this price. You're paying more for the frame than the art.
All right, and here we go. Underbid by thousands. It belongs in the Miro Museum. It belongs in the Dali Museum in Florida because they actually had a show for other Catalonians, such as I just said, Eduardo Chillida and Jean Miro. Yes, they've exhibited Miro at the Dali Museum. They knew each other.
All right, guys, I've lost all faith in this show that I can't get the 5,000 on the large hand sign, full size.
You'll never see it at 8,000. Please. Oh, we do have Richard English in the house.
Well, I wish I'd known. We could have had a James Bond night, couldn't we?
We could have. Good to see you.
Get the tuxedos on.
Next time.
You're looking great, Ray.
Right
anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't believe my ears just then that Tony would say that you're not bidding on this hand-signed piece. I mean, these are the works. There are special auctions around the world, ladies and gentlemen. In New York, there's one specialist auction. This is all that they have in their auction are these specialist pieces that were used for the promotion of great events. And the Foundation Met. This was held at Saint-Paul-de-Vence in the south of France. As you can see, between July and September in 1968. So it's an original lithograph from 1968, hand-signed by Miro. Hand-signed by Miro. Ladies and gentlemen, that is original lithography. And further to that, Ray, not only are art collectors, are these pieces in high demand, but also for very, very high-level interior designers. When they're doing design, these type of works with the graphics, Tony, very, very sought after.
Well, I found a spot-on comparable. Go to my computer and look at the price. Look at the price. I miss the old days. That is $12,000. It is the same thing with the same type of... It's the same. It is the same. It's the signature is the same. It's the same presentation.
All right, guys.
But this is 10 years later. 10 years later, that's $12,000.
That just means the ink's fresher. All right, here, guys. I'm going to give you 1 more minute. Get your bids in. We're at $2,500 on the hand-signed Miro. That's Hunter's bid. You've got 1 minute, and I've got Lisa Mee on deck. 1 minute. Bid is $2,500. Right,
I am $10,000 underbid. I am $10,000 underbid.
There we go. There we go. All right, last minute, guys. We will be bringing out Lisa Mee.
All right, and here we go. I've got 20. Unbelievable. $10,000 under bid. I've got 25 going once, going to pay you to buy it. I've got 25 going twice, going to pay you to buy it. All in, all down, all fair, all square, him 5, 4, 3. Unreal. Unreal.
25, Karen. 26 with Karen. They are from 27 with Hunter. Thank you. Louisiana, thank you very much. And where did you say? Florida, thank you. 27 with Louisiana, sorry. All right. 27, we have Louisiana in the lead. 27, Florida. What would you like to bid next? 27 is bid. I would go to 3,000. Highly collectible, this piece. 28, I've got Kim's bidder here now. At 28, that's Beverly bidding. 29 with Hunter. Thank you, Louisiana. At 29. At 29, going to bid a 2929. Beverly, what would you like to bid next? Better have a 3 in front of it. That's all I can say. At 29. At 29, going to bid a 29 on the hand sign Miro from 1968. Created for the Foundation Met in Saint-Paul-de-Vence, a very famous area. In fact, Picasso and Chagall lived very near to Saint-Paul-de-Vence, didn't they? Ladies and gentlemen, so Miro, Chagall, Picasso, they all lived in that beautiful part of France. 29, it's with Louisiana then, Tony, we're on sale. At 29, going to bid a 2929 bid. At 29, and it's with Louisiana, line 17. At 29, and the gavel's high. So, well done, Louisiana. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our special event. And ladies and gentlemen, you might notice also 2 very special pieces behind me. These are, I believe, coming up for auction tomorrow night. So tomorrow night, John, correct, we have these fantastic works, as you can see. They were created literally in the last week or so by the famous Bambi. They're coming up for auction tomorrow night. But right now, the main event, and it is the incredible Lisa Mee.
Meet Lisa Mee, a visionary artist who transforms fragments of the world into radiant works of art. Her canvases shimmer with color, texture, and spirit, as if light itself were woven through the paint, drawing inspiration from stained glass, nature, and the stories we leave behind. Lisa blends recycled papers, gold leaf, and rich pigments into layered expressions of hope, healing, and beauty.
I found solace in my art, though. I mean, whenever I was stressed out, I still do that to this day. It's a transcendent form of meditation for me. I go into probably an unconscious deep breathing, actually. I actually notice it now, though, more than ever. And my hand is involved in every step of the way.
See Lisa Mee live in studio.
Hi, everybody. It's artist Lisa Mee. I'm really super excited to be returning to Atlanta for a live appearance on the Fine Art Auction channel this coming May 17th and 18th. I hope you'll join me. I'm featuring never-before-seen paintings, 2 of which are the largest scale paintings I've ever shown on the show, a figure and a landscape of a walk that I used to take with my beloved late husband, Wayne Ensard. Other paintings include my signature sunflowers, an homage to Klimt, and a vision of Marilyn Monroe. So I hope you'll join me, and I'll see you on the Fine Art Auction channel.
Only on the Fine Art Auction. Save the date.
One of the funnest things about doing the Fine Art Auction for the last almost 19 years is that every once in a while you get a sense of true history being made on live television. And live television is becoming more and more rare as we look at the television landscape. Few of the great events that we see live is, for example, the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl will run about 4 hours. We run 5 hours, 4 nights a week. I think that's a pretty incredible milestone. And you know what has happened on this show. One of the most recent, I think, milestones on this show was we had one time and one time only, we had Sarah Wall, who was then picked up by the largest gallery chain in the world. Her painting prices went from $6,000 to $48,000, just like that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do know that there is a gallery in Manhattan, and Lisa Mee's paintings have surpassed the $50,000 mark. And ladies and gentlemen, on live television, without any further ado, I would like to introduce and welcome Lisa Mee, all the way from New York City. And don't shake it.
My darling, wonderful friend.
My darling, wonderful friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks to you.
Oh.
And I have your two number one fans are my nieces, who are now 6 and 8 years old, Noelani and Naya, who
I
just
remember them.
adore watching you. And they said, well, we learned so much from Ray, though, about all of these artists.
Let's make a videotape of Noelani, and we'll put it on television. I think we can do that.
They would love that.
I think we can do that.
You're the rock star to their world.
Well,
so
let's have them on the show. Let's have them on the show. Let's have them on the show. I love your outfit. I love the necklace. Tell me everything. Tell me. Well, of course. I mean, you're here.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who reached out to me during probably the most tumultuous, difficult year of my life. I lost my husband, my most beloved Wayne Ensrud, as well as my closest friend within a month of each other. She died of aggressive ovarian cancer. So here I am, and I have to say thanks to the wonderful ABC family. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Ray, because you have been a phenomenal support to not just Wayne and myself, but to the world at large for bringing beautiful art to all of our sensibilities, which is the crux of really why we exist on this earth. I mean, it is really what divides us between beast and, humans. So here we are. We have my beautiful figure works here on canvas.
Ooh, teacher, I want to interrupt.
Yes, sir?
The second I looked at this, I thought of you.
Aww.
I was like, okay, that's perfect. But please, I had to interrupt because I went, okay.
No. Interrupt at all means and all measures, please.
Well, you're making me smile when you talk about your beloved husband, Wayne. I have 2 of his originals in my home. And, of course, life becomes much more precious when we become aware of how short it is. Her husband, Wayne Ensrud, did an original painting of my dog, Hula Girl, and we lost Hula Girl, and so that painting is in a place of honor in my home. I have 2 original Wayne Ensruds that I adore, but just the way you did your introduction about 2 hours ago, I read from the book by Marc Chagall and how much love influences the creation of art and all of humanity. And I was like, my goodness, it was like an ESP moment. But let's get to the matter of hand. We are auctioning off this original painting, and it is spectacular. And the winning bidder will get something of great value. The title is An Elegant Woman in Quiet Contemplation. It's you. I know it's a self-portrait. It is brand new. I'm making that up.
Not at all.
I think it's her. Anyhow, it is brand new. It is fresh to the market. Now, I do want to tell everybody watching the show, turn on the DVR. This is your moment for digital provenance. And it's just a phrase that came to me about 10 years ago. And I was reading something about Ray Bradbury. I was reading
I love Ray Bradbury.
Yes, I think I've read everything. But
love him.
Bradbury's theater on TV.
Yes.
Thank you, Antonio.
But he said, and this is like a book that was written by him in the 60s, and he said, well, in the future, and they were talking about being in the future, and a prosecutor said, well, we can't prosecute a crime without a video record of it, meaning that every corner, every building, every room would be videotaped, and I think that in the future, they're going to rely upon, and I'm looking 100 years from now, these will be the earliest examples of digital provenance.
Yeah.
So that's why turn on the DVR and make a permanent record, because we are making television history. These are valuable paintings. Okay, back to you. Now,
Oh, no. First of all, there is no one on the planet who can compare to this man right here who brings the knowledge of art history to the world at large. I mean, when art schooling is being cut left and right, music is being cut left and right from our government, I'm sorry to say that, but here is this beautiful channel bringing the awareness of a greater consciousness of a balance in our lives. And, you know, the world is a very difficult place right now, and I understand that. And so that's why I create beautiful works on canvas, to instill that peaceful serenity. And that's what this painting is all about here. This is a woman who is surrendered
let's
into
go
that
to the art, please.
peaceful serenity. She is in a moment of quiet contemplation. And you know, Ray, you've handled my art so long that you realize that I am influenced by Art Deco movements.
Of course.
And so what I love to do is I play the gathering of her fabrics, the backgrounds. I interplay all of this into a seamless composition. But you know, I don't like being categorized. You know, I mean, a lot of people have asked me in the past, what is your art about? What does it symbolize? I said, you know what it symbolizes? Beauty. Beauty.
Yeah, and that's, to me, one of the great marks of a great artist is that they're non-derivative. They're fully aware of the continuation of all art history, but you're not copying anybody.
No.
You're not copying anybody. This is to thine own self be true. And one of the other things that doesn't translate well, zoom in on that, Dave. We call him Hollywood Dave now. The quality is three-dimensional. It is beautiful. And I've been saying this on the air for so long, but now I hope we can get clarity from Lisa Mee herself. I understand that you make some, but not all of your own pigments.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And it is a lot of the metallics.
Yes.
Okay. So we are seeing something there. I'm not going to ask for the recipe. That's proprietary. But to the item at hand, we are going to include limited edition print with it. And for the two printers proofs in the world, winning bidder will get one. Now, a lot of art collectors, their entire life, will try to find what is called a published original. Now, you have an original painting. Was it ever published? When a work of art is published, that means there's approximately, I'm not going to fuss about the number, about 250 collectors out there that didn't have the opportunity to get the original painting, but bought the print for the beauty of the art. What if you could have a published original? Now, there's hierarchy in art. A photographic reproduction, a signed print, limited edition signed and numbered print, the original painting, a published original. It does matter. On the frame now, that's going to be 30 by 35, 30 by 35. That's 4 feet right there, so that'll give you a good idea. 30 by 35. 28, I'm going to have to move this one back. I don't want to touch it. 28 by 23. Winning bidder will get the original, a published original, and one of the two known printer's proofs. Now, what is a printer proof? When you go through the printing process, you will have trial and error. If you've worked in an atelier, a print shop, the French word for atelier, print shop, other way around. But and I'm not bragging; it's just fact. I have a degree in engraving, and when you make engravings or lithographs or serigraphs or giclées, the first trial proofs that come out, they're either good or they're not. And most of them, you got to go through 10 or 20.
Correct.
And then you get to a printer's proof.
Correct.
This is the standard by which all the other prints must match. You only need one or two. Typically what they'll do, almost always, is put one at the beginning and then one at the end of the printing press cycle, so that you have a standard of excellence on the beginning and the end. 1 and 2.
No, it's absolutely correct what you're saying, Ray, because I was fortunate to be in the Morleau studio with my husband, Wayne.
Wow!
So in that process, I had, I mean, talk about discerning eye. I couldn't just lay back and say, oh, that's almost good enough. No, you have to be impeccable. You have to be on the mark about as far as releasing prints to the public. And I did not want to flood the market with mediocrity, basically. Because as you know, Ray, there's a lot of that goes on out there in the art fairs and so forth. But fortunately for me, and I want to say thank you, first of all, to you. First of all, to you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
No, because really, there are few places on earth where you can really experience beautiful artworks unhinged without, any kind of judgment. And you really have a discerning eye, as does the rest of the team. And it really takes a lot to pull together a production such as this one, where you feel, hey, you know what? This is up to our standards of perfection and beauty. And I feel like even my beloved husband, I love him, he said beauty has become almost a bygone word, And I think that's why there's been such a pushback against modern art recently.
I agree.
Right? Where there's been a craving for authentic beauty.
Right.
Yeah.
It does go in cycles, and we went through everything, and it all goes back to a pandemic, the Renaissance, the rebirth of art. We go back to the ancient Greeks and Romans, and then we went to abstraction to the point where it became modern art, pure abstraction, and then we went to an era of postmodern. Exactly. And I will quote The Simpsons. Mo Sizlek, the owner of Moe's, when he had made his money from the Flaming Moe, he had the bar redone. Homer walks in, he goes, I like what you did to the place, and there's all this absurd art like the giant blinking eye, and we see that in museums, and he goes, what is it, Mo? He goes, it's Pomo. What? Postmodern. What? Weird for the sake of being weird. And we went through that. Yeah. And now we have come full cycle back to a love of beauty.
Exactly.
And talent and hard work.
Exactly. And and Ray, the thing is, what you're along the line, I'm going to continue what you're saying, is that I am very greatly blessed by this channel, but also my husband who cultivated my eye. Mm-hmm. And also, I have to say my background, my family allowed me to explore as a young child, and allowed me to say, hey, you know what? Move with the flow of what attracts you as a little painter. And really, it was ancient traditions. It was ultimately Celtic art, Asian prints, Impressionist paintings, expressionist art such as Munch, Kokoschka, Klimt, that caught my eye, and I gravitated, and I latched onto it like a fish to water. And so what you see is the culmination of all of these old, I don't want to say old, but timeless traditions.
Tradition, yeah.
Because this is the underpinning of all art. The great art that you witness in cathedrals like Notre Dame, I mean, you look under the rose window, you don't examine it, you say, oh, wow, that's extraordinary, that's a beautiful piece of work. You don't take it apart and say, what exactly does it mean? Does it exactly connotate this, this, and this? No, I'm not into statement art like that. I am purely visual, I am purely aesthetic. And I believe in the principle of beauty expanding our awareness and our consciousness in this universe.
You're talking about one of the greatest art principles of France that has been going on for 300 years, all day long, is art for art's sake.
Yeah.
Art pour l'art. Art for art's sake. And that it is based upon what you do.
Give the French credit for that. That was Edgar Allan Poe, wasn't it?
Well, Edgar Allan Poe was the first to put it into the English language in a 1835 essay.
Good job, right?
1835 essay. I know it. I have it right over there on the desk. It was an homage to Mademoiselle Maupain. Anyhow, See, you're making my brain go. I can't find
Not
my keys.
at all.
I can't find my keys.
Never.
But I'm a veritable fountain of useless knowledge.
Never in a million years.
If you'll notice, when she started talking, I started smiling. What did you say? One of my greatest influences is Celtic art. You're the only Korean, Irish, American I know. Is that true?
Well, I don't know about in your universe, but I remember a very famous Irish artist walked into my studio and she said, "Oh my God, you are doing the Book of Kells in a modern way."
Right.
And it is ultimately what I say, the tradition of an understanding of basic principles of balance, integrity in the aesthetic principles of what we consider beautiful.
Okay, you're blocking the print.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's let everybody know. No, stay in the. It is 2 for 1 money. The winning bidder. Now I'm going to go over to my computer because I want to let people know what is happening in the art market today. This is not a joke. This is very, very real. A little bit earlier, I did say, and I'm going to prove it, that, well, if you've ever been to Manhattan, if you know anything about New York City in America has more millionaires per square mile than anywhere else in America. Let's reflect. Go to my computer. You want to get serious? 2,700, right? This is an art gallery in New York City. A year ago, they had 31 original paintings. They've been selling them. Look at the prices today. She has just hit the $50,000 mark in New York City. $50,000, $47,000, $49,000, $49,000. And you're bidding $2,700 on 2 of them? This is live, this is real. $50,000, $50,000, $47,000. Blue Bouquet has just sold. It sold. It sold. It is sold. The asking price was $47,250. I don't think it sold for $3,000. It has been sold in New York City. Guys, you want to bid on this? I'm offering you 2 of them. And printer's proof number 1. Guys, bid on this. I'm telling you to bid on this. We are making history live. Oh, gosh. Oh, it's not a fluke. Go back to my computer. I've got 40 seconds. We're going to throw the hammer. Look at these prices. $47,000, $42,000. And that's it. That's all of them. Oh, Moon over Waimea Bay. Sold, 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 sold. I love Waimea Bay.
All right, 20 seconds.
Go to New York City. New York City. All right, guys. This is live. This is real. I've got 27 ounces, going to be at 8. I've got 27 ounces, going to be at 8. Way under the money, way under the money. On the pair. On the pair. The frame on the right is $1,200. The frame on the left is $500. You know, I've had collectors call and say, "Ray, when you launch the career of these artists on national television, they go on to the big chains, the big show. Don't you get mad?" I said, "What? I helped somebody in their career. I helped an artist on their path. I'm not going to get mad about that. I'm grateful." Guys, you have to understand, there are art dealers all around the world, not all around, but there are a lot of international art dealers that watch the show. I know it because they call me, and some of my friends. Hi, Nikki. 32. We bought art from Nikki. Nikki's bought art from, I think Nikki's, anyhow, it doesn't matter. Pretty sure he has. Hi, Andrew. I hope you're watching. I miss Andrew. Anyhow, there's a lot of people that watch this show. Go to my Facebook page. That'll give you an idea. Tomorrow night, I'm going to put up a shout out from Gary Busey. But that's another story. That'll be on my Facebook page tomorrow. Guys, you're getting the pair. Go to my computer. Sold it at $47,000. Now, I'm going to be absolutely, I'll show the website. I don't care. We are an auction house, fair and square. All right, let's go back to the art.
35, I've got Hawaii in the lead at 35. 35, I'm bid on the pair at 35. 36 with Oregon. At 36, someone give me 4. Come on, let's go. At 36, I'm bid. At 3,006, we're going to sell right now. Be quick if you want it. 36, 36, 36. How much? 36 is bid. 36, it's with Darren Spitter, all the way from Oregon at 36. 36, we've had bidders from all over America last night and tonight. Come on, let's go. 36, it's with Oregon then. Last chance, last call. I'll give you 10 seconds with me now. Final chance, final call. And there it is, the very rare printer's proof. Only 2 of those in the world, all hand embellished with love from Lisa Mee. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the printer's proof. On canvas, deluxe piece, deluxe work on canvas. It is selling and going then, ladies and gentlemen. It's got to go. Just in time. Last chance then. 37. 37 is bid. 37 is gone then at 37 the pair. At 37. At 37 get a bid at 37. At 37 anyone else. At 37 and it goes once. Last chance, last call, going twice at 3-7. Sold. Congratulations. Okay, Tony, what's next? We've got the artist proof number 1 of that fantastic piece. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is Elegant Woman in Quiet Contemplation. I think something that Lisa does every time she's in the studio. Elegant Woman in Quiet Contemplation. But she told me a little secret. Ray, and you probably know this because you've known this lovely lady for a long time, but she's a huge fan of jazz music and she plays jazz when she's painting. So we have the artist proof number 1. You're bidding on this right now, and we'll give you a 3-minute clock. Here is Ray with Lisa. Okay.
Well, I wanted to tell everyone, and I had forgotten in the heat of battle, that this is on canvas.
Correct.
We were talking about the hierarchy of collecting art. A work on canvas, well, is more collectible and valuable. You can see now the raised areas. Can you tell me about, zoom in on that. You see how it's 3-dimensional. It's raised. And how is that done?
Great care, great love, because I don't do anything halfway, all right? I mean, if anyone, I think you know me by now, but
yes.
I go full hilt. I don't hold back. And, you know, I know I've been scolded on the show about like, oh, Lisa, you really shouldn't embellish so much, but you know, it's really my name out there. It's really my legacy out there as far as even the reproductions, and it is a special part of my soul that is represented in this print. And also, it's archival. It's archival, meaning it is forever. It never,
is on canvas.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'll do it on the back. That's canvas.
I love that.
So it has the feeling, if you didn't know and just saw this in someone's home, you would think it was the original painting.
That's right.
The amount of hand embellishment. Now, legally, we could call this a mixed media original painting because of the amount of original painting. But we do like to, I'm going to go over to the certificate, we do like to err and be conservative. An elegant woman in quiet contemplation. An archival pigment with hand painting. That's all hand done. We could call this a mixed media original painting. It is signed by the Artist Lower Center, countersigned and numbered on the back. We have 5 artist proofs. We have 5 artist proofs.
Bidding on number 1.
And you're bidding on number 1.
Yes.
Oh, bidding on number 1. The price just went up. Now I'm at the price of the frame. Bid on this. And yes, tell us about the art, because I'm going to show something on my computer. I need just a minute.
You do it, Ray. I was told about, with very little instruction about what to expect about these canvas prints. I was basically allowed to do what I wanted, but I am never one to hold back. So I really wanted to embellish this to the greatest degree that I was possibly could without basically creating an original, which is hard. And it's not in my nature to just say, you know what, I'm just going to hit up a few pieces here and there. I'm just going to just do a few hits of white and I'm out of here. I'm going to sign my name and number it. That's it. No, I feel that this is a special extension of me. By the way, I feel that the color reproduction is extraordinary. It is about as close as you can get to the original. I compared to the originals as I was working on them, and I said, wow, this is really extraordinary.
Well, you know, we're talking about print number 1. Go to my computer. Are people attracted to print number 1? In 2025, Corvette number 1, engine block number 1, a Corvette sold for $3.7 million. So yes, it has VIN number 1, 3.7 million. So yes, people do, it is the first VIN number 1 of 2025, 3.7 million. So yes, owning number 1 does have value. Owning number 1. Back to you, Lisa. or not.
Here I am, voila.
Okay, we need to wrap this one up. We're barely over the price of the frame. It is on canvas. Let's go back to the certificate real quick.
You know, I just feel that artwork is really a true reflection of
We're about to put this on the blog, guys. We gotta go.
not just my artist self, but of the owner. And, you know, I frankly feel that she is in a state of peace, a state of serenity. And I think we need that more than ever in these complicated, very complex times we're living in. You know, to get immersed in a peaceful state is more difficult now than ever. And so I think that she would be a welcome addition to anyone's household, to anyone's room, to anyone's decor. It would be a beautiful addition to your office, to your home. And she, to me, is very close to my heart because also, by the way, as far as technical capacity, when you look at the integration of the detailing of this particular print, it is highly detailed by my hand. It's something that I really don't take lightly. It's something I take to my heart.
Thank you, Lisa. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to sell it. You've got 30 seconds. Thank you, Lisa. We've got about 30 seconds now. It's your last chance, your last call. Then we're moving on with our next. Wait till you see the next original. Oh my goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic piece coming your way in a second. Your last chance now. Who was our top bidder here, Tony? Karen from bidder from California, 1,000 bid on the artist proof number 1, and we're selling it right now at 1,000. Is there anyone else? Yes or no? I'll take 1,100 and move on. 11 bid. Thank you. 1,100. California at 11. Got a bid of 11. He bid at 11. Karen, your chance. Come on, let's go. At 11 bid at 1,100, and I'll take another one on the artist proof. Remember, 1,200, thank you. 12 is bid. At 12, I'm bid with Karen now. At 12, got a bid of 12. 12, I'm selling. 12, got a bid of 12. 1,200. 1,200. 12, I'm selling. It's got to go. We've got to move on. At 12, got a bid of 12, and it goes. At 12, last chance, last call. 5 seconds with me now. It's yes or no. At 12, sorry to rush you, but we've got a lot to get through. At 12, some amazing paintings for you to see over the next hour and a half. At 12, I'm bid then. Last chance, Tony. Last call. He's being very patient. He's giving you every opportunity. That's my middle name, Patience. You know that, don't you, Tony? Don't laugh, John. Very, very nasty. 12 is bid. At 12, going to bid a 12. At 12, I bid. 13 bid, 13 bid, 13 bid, 13 back with California then at 13. Karen, go to 15, come on, go to 15. 13 is bid, 13 is bid. Selling and going then at 1,300, going once, going twice at 1,300. Sold! And Tony. No buyer's premium. That's why I just wanted to confirm that. No buyer's premium with that. You've done well. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to be very quick. We only have 2 of the remaining 4 in the world. 2 have been reserved. 2 available, and it's either going to be number 2, 3, 4, or 5. There's only 5 in the world anyway. Number 1 just went for 1,300. Get on the phone very, very quickly. First 2 people, Kim. 475, no buyer's premium. 475, no buyer's premium. Let's take it over to Ray. Let's give you a 2-minute clock. 2-minute clock. I think that will be long enough for America to wake up at 475. Come on, snap them up. Here we go. Here's Ray.
Well, one of the things I think about is the economy and economics. I want you all to know that Lisa Mee, right before the pandemic, and I'm talking about January of 2020, she was in the middle of an international tour. And I do have the actual magazine, and I'm going to produce it for you right here and right now. She was at the, and I'll show you. And I'm very, well, my heart is just broken, because here is the magazine for the International Art Museum of America in San Francisco. And this is in January of 2020. I'm sorry, March of 2020. She was on tour, and the paintings were of the caliber and quality that we're seeing now. And what you're seeing is a mature artist at full fruition. Really the peak, the apogee of her ability. And this is world class. And then the pandemic hit. And the international tour, I mean, her paintings on the tour were $12,000 to $25,000. And so I watched history unfold. And I think of artists around the world before the pandemic, and here's something that breaks my heart. In Manhattan and the 5 boroughs of New York City, there were 849 operational art galleries. After the pandemic, within 4 years, there were less than 200. That is an attrition of about 80%. So only the top galleries survived. So what is happening now is that we're in a time of recovery. We are in a time of an art collector's paradise. This is a buy it now. This is a buy it now. Let's go to the certificate. You have a chance to get one of the 5 known artist proofs.
Just one left, right?
Oh, there is one left. Okay, last one. First come, first serve. Last one. First come, first serve. And I do want to remind everyone that when you get it home, it's beautiful. Let's go back to the art, because it's on canvas. Artist proof. And when you look at it, it's as beautiful as an original painting. How wonderful. This is a buyer's market.
There's only the one left. Kim will let you know, but you've got to call in now, ladies and gentlemen, if you want it. Please don't call in 2 minutes' time and said, oh, have you got one of the artist proofs? There are only 5 in the world. Number 1 just went for 1,300. One has just been given for $475. I think my friend here took it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one left apparently. So get on the phone. It's all hand embellished. We're moving on. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. And here's the next lot. Wait till you see this. I told you that already. What a work of art, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot wait for Lisa to describe this next piece with my learned colleague Raimondo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Van Gogh will be very proud, I would say, not jealous, proud of this work. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Lisa with sunflowers in robust bloom, a unique work obviously, and we are including with the original your amazing printer's proof. There's only 2 in the world, hand signed. That comes as a gift with the original. I'll let Lisa do the talking. Lisa.
an eternal symbol of longevity through many cultures across the earth, but I've always gravitated towards them as a life-affirming, positive symbol as far as painting is concerned, as did Van Gogh, right, Ray? And so what I love about sunflowers, and you know I've come through a very difficult year. 500. I lost the love of my life, lost my closest friend to ovarian cancer following that. And to me, getting immersed in these forms of just like this rotational movement, it really elevates me out of depression and darkness, and it affirms the positivity of life in our world.
And I do want to touch upon something that you had said earlier, but now you've brought it full circle. I want to let everybody know that for the last almost 2 weeks, 19 years, what do I close the show with? I'm glad you're watching the show, whether you bought or not, because it brings out your higher self.
That's right.
Are you feeling blue? Are you feeling depressed? Go to a museum.
Heck no.
And you know what I've been saying this year? And I just learned this. One of the greatest cures for depression is to learn. Isn't that nice? To keep learning, to keep learning. What a great gift. On the frame now, back to reality, that is going to be 35 by 30, 35 by 30. And I'm going to just temporarily, I do want to let you know, like the other works of art, it's in that very high-end float mount. And like the other works of art, Lisa Mee does make some, not all of her metallic paints, but I'm going to hold it up nice and close. That they're just so much better in person. They're so full of life and love and texture and beauty. There's no one like you, Lisa. There is no one in the world like Lisa Mee. And I consider it a multiple blessing to be able to share some of the highest quality art. Now we're looking for 50. If they can get $50,000 in Manhattan, why can't we do it here? Now, and again, the limited edition print is on canvas. I'm doing that on the back.
It is an extraordinary composition because, you know, I didn't picture them in a vase. It's a very unusual setting, and yet it's very, to me, the energy moves through the canvas with great ease and there's no tension, there's none whatsoever. It just flowed out of me as I created this painting. Same thing with the canvas print. The canvas print, you know, the interesting thing about doing these canvas prints is I revisit the painting that I already painted. So I kind of like oh yes, I remember that passage. I remember listening to that song I was listening to. The jazz station in New York City. So, you know, it's funny. I really do revisit these vibrant moments through the canvas prints, and it brings to life a lot of the original artwork in its own way.
You know, it's so funny, you were talking about the relationship of art and music, and I think that's intertwined.
Yes.
It's so funny. It's so funny. You just made me think of, I love to read, I think pretty much all I read now is biographies. The Agony and the Ecstasy by Irving Stone, Michelangelo.
Oh, I love that, but oh my God, my goodness.
Yeah, you kind of a.
Yeah.
And I was reading, when Elvis Presley couldn't write, he'd listen to the music of Miles Davis and Chet Baker.
Right on.
And it would bring him back to, I collect both. And Ella Fitzgerald, he was a huge fan.
Those are all my heroes.
Yeah, but when I approached this, both, I felt joy.
Yeah.
And isn't that to me, it's the best reason to collect art. And again, for almost 19 years, buy what you like. Art should bring you joy. Buy what you can afford and buy quality. The ultimate in quality is the original painting, but what's above that? Penultimate is the word. A published original. There's nothing higher. You can own an original, which is wonderful. You can own a print, which is wonderful. I own a Salvador Dali reproduction poster from the 80s, and I love it.
There you go.
It's a poster, not signed, but I love it, and it makes me happy. But for the art collector, an original that's published, and then this, that would bring me, oh, did you know you have a collector in Australia named, I hope I say this right, Thomas Rear
Tim!
Tim.
Oh my God, he actually communicates with me on social media.
He sent me a photograph.
Yeah,
He's in Australia, has 3 Lisa Mees. And you open up, he showed me a picture. When I open my front door, I see 3 Lisa Mees. He goes, I smile
fantastic.
every time.
Yeah.
That's the best reason in the world to buy art.
But Ray, back to what you're saying.
Yes.
So I have had so many people come back to me, people who have PhDs from Harvard, from Yale. My father was a graduate. They say, oh, I don't know anything about art, but I love your work.
Yeah.
And you know what it harkens back to? It is ultimately, and I know that you follow this, the unity of the cosmos.
I agree. Wow.
So when we talk about great art, when we talk about what resonates for us as far as great art is concerned, it is the ultimate understanding of our connection to the cosmos. And I'm not going to get esoteric here. I know we have limited time, but my work is based upon that. I hearken back to tradition, but I marry it with modern innovation. That's what I try to do.
Perfect. Yeah, and it's... You're making me think of my old favorite joke. You really did bring it home, and it popped right into my head.
What is that?
What did Buddha say to the pizza maker? Make me one with everything.
I love that. No, but ultimately, that is what it is.
Yeah.
Because when you look at Navajo sand paintings, mandalas, Peruvian art, I mean, there is an underpinning of unity that harkens back to all these ancient traditions. And, that is what I am pitting myself against. It is not against the moment of the trendy art ways of now, okay? That is not what I am about. To my new viewers out there, I am not about trends at all. I am about the eternal, I am about the timeless, I am about art that will stay in your family for generations. I do not want to profligate trends at all.
I think you've done it. I think you've done it. And I am hearkening back to the 7 paintings by Vincent van Gogh of the sunflowers.
Yes.
And this one reminds me of the one that's at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. That is reason enough to go to New York City and have lunch with Lisa.
Oh, right on. But it's back to Vincent van Gogh. What did he get from the ukiyo Japanese prince?
Right.
So that goes back 2,000 years before him. So when you connect this all together, there is a pattern. There is an understanding that is resonant with people today.
And right when you came on the stage, that was one of the first things I said. What do I love about Lisa Mee's art so much is that she is fully aware of art history, yet she is not derivative. She is her own artist with her own vision. But again, here we are talking about Hiroshige from ukiyo-e Japanese art.
Yes.
Here we are talking about Vincent van Gogh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is art that is eternal, that I hope will never look dated, that will never, it will stand the test of time.
I agree.
That is what I pit myself up against. I don't just say, you know what, I'm just gonna go along with the times and just do what's chic and fun. I wanna make art that is timeless.
And you have.
All right.
Succeeded.
I think we need to go to the auctioneer here.
Well, we have a little thing called an auction going on at the moment, Ray, and 23 is bid. 23, who's in the lead, please, Tony? Oregon, thank you very much, at 2,300. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we're bidding this out. You've got 1 minute now, and 1 minute only. This fantastic printer's proof, one of only 2 in the world, ladies and gentlemen. You're getting one of them, hand-signed, no numbering on it, only 2 printer's proofs, annotated with the letters P, printer's proof. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Lisa Mee, the original beautiful sunflowers here in her own unique style. ladies and gentlemen, I mean, they're making a fortune in the galleries now. You've got a wonderful opportunity. You've got less than half a minute now. Let's get bidding on it. Last chance, last call at 2,300. Is there anyone else now? At 23. Last chance, America. Come on, let's get bidding at 23. 23 bid with Oregon then at 24. Thank you. 24. Washington, nice to see you. At 24. Come on, Oregon, what would you like to bid next? 25. 25 I've got. 25. Is that Karen's bidder? 25. Lovely to see you. 25. 25 got a bid of 25. 25 bid. 25. 25 bid. 25 and it's about to sell. 25. 25. 25 bid. 25. Yes, sir.
Wait. Aren't we giving away printer's proof with this?
Yes.
And we're only at 2,500?
We are.
Oh, come on, guys.
Yeah, you haven't lost your mind
We got
just
calls
yet.
coming in.
25 bid calls coming in. We're getting, you're getting the printer's proof 26, I see, with Hunter's bidder 26. 27 with Karen's bidder. 27. 27. Someone give me 3. How much? 28. Thank you, Hunter. 28 bid, 28 bid, 28 bid, 28 Karen, go to 3. You're sure? Okay, I'll take it. 29, up to you. 3,000 now with Hunter. 3,000 bid, 3,000 bid, 3,000 only with Hunter then. 31 back with Karen. 31, and don't forget you are getting the printer's proof. 32 with Hunter now. 32. Go to 35, Karen. Come on, let's go. At 32, at 32, 33, I'll take it. Hunter, your option. Go to 35 maybe. Good bidding there. 35 I'm bid. At 35 I'm bid. At 35 now 6. 36 you're in. At 36. At 36 only line 7 with Karen. At 36 bid. 3,006. 36 bid. 3,006 I'm selling. 37 thank you Hunter. At 37 bid. At 37 bid. Go to 4. Go to 4. How much? 38. Now you've got the opportunity. The psychological bid. The psychological. 4,000. That's the way to bid. At 4,000 now with Hunter. At 4,000 bid. At 41 they're staying in. Well done, Karen. At 41 I'm bid. At 4-1 you're getting the pair. 4-1. 4-1. You're sure? Thank you, Hunter, to your bidder. 41 I got Karen's bidder in the lead. Then at 41 going once. At 41 going twice. Third of the final time. There we go. Well done, Karen. Please, and thank you, Hunter, to your bidder as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on, and we have the artist proof. Number 1, Tony.
Yes, sir.
This is a fantastic piece. There's only one opportunity to acquire number 1 in the world, ladies and gentlemen. It's right here. There you have it, artist proof. 1 of only 5 in the world. This is collectible. This is beautiful. It's desirable. What more could you possibly want? Ladies and gentlemen, get on the phone now. We'll give you a 2-minute clock. Let's get bidding on this one. Someone start me at 500. Let's not waste time. Let's get going. You tell me. Call in now. 2-minute clock. Here we go. Here's Raimundo.
I do want to say once again, we are human beings and we are full of foibles and frail and full of idiosyncrasy. But let's go to my computer. I'm at corvetteblogger.com. corvetteblogger.com. $3.7 million for that Corvette. Why? I'm going to enlarge it. It has VIN number 1 of 2025. The first Corvette with VIN number 1. Is that a $1 million Corvette? No. It is a $3.7 million Corvette because it has VIN number 1, vehicle identification number 1, and not of all time, not going back to 1956, of this year. My goodness. $3.7 million for a car. Why? Because it has edition number 1. Edition number 1, VIN, VIN number 1. And he's the new king of the hill. I like Dale Gribble, but I like Boomhauer even more. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a chance here to make history. And I said in the very beginning, tonight would be historically valuable. And I do want to let you know, I really consider this the rebirth, the renaissance of her career. I do want to, because I think it's going to pick up. I think the art market, it has to. 25 by 28, 25 by 28, there's a yardstick right there. Right there is 35 and 36, so I think you got a good idea. But what I have to impress upon you is the quality of the hand painting. We could legally sell this canvas as a mixed media original painting. Look at the amount of hand painting she's done on that. All of that texturing, all of that gold, that's all done by Lisa Mee. That's not done by machine.
All right, Richard, you ready to put this on the block? I got a $600 bid, that's all, Ray.
Well, wait. Before we move over to Richard, I'd like to say hello to Noelani and Naya. What beautiful Hawaiian names. I lived in Hawaii for 12 years at 2211 Alawai, right on the Alawai Canal, and then I moved up to Halikoa Drive, way up at the top of the mountain, got a great deal on rent, and then of course I had to come back to the mainland and be an art auctioneer. But I miss Hawaii and I'm going soon. Last night, Noelani and Naya, I talked to my sweetie, when are we going to Hawaii? And it's going to be soon. Maybe next year. Back to Richard.
Okay, well, well done, and it's lovely to have Noelani and Naya watching the show. $650 is bid, and ladies and gentlemen, they are the nieces of the lovely Lisa Mee, and Noelani is 8, Naya is 6, and they're in California. So hope you're enjoying the show with Auntie Lisa. Okay, we are moving on, and the bid is currently only $700 on this beautiful artist proof number 1. Who's going to get it? Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one chance in the world to get number 1. It's right here. Come on, this should be going well in excess of 1,500 to 2,000 minimum. Even here, ladies and gentlemen, even here. 700, you got 20 seconds. Get on the phone if you want it. Last chance. Last call. Anyone else, yes or no? At 7, get a bid of 7, at 7, at 7 bid. At 7 bid. At 7, get a bid of 7. At 7, get a bid of 7. Do you want to go, yes or no? 7, get a bid of 7, 7 bid. 7 bid. 7 bid. I'm selling them. 750 just in time. 750. 750. The last call's been given by Tony to the entire phone team. At 750, is there 8? 800 with Beverly, thank you. 800 is bid. Thank you, Beverly. You're in now. 800 is bid. 800, we're moving on. 800, it's going once. 800, it's going twice. The beautiful sunflowers in the robust bloom. Artist proof, number 1 of 5 in the world. Last chance, last call, gavels high. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are two opportunities. Don't forget, no buyer's premium with that to the top bidder, and we're going to continue the same. We've established the price on the other ones. You'll either get number 2, 3, 4 or 5. There's only 2 available. I don't know what the numbers are, but ladies and gentlemen, get on the phone quickly if you want it. 475, no buyer's premium. Once again, here's Ray with our spectacular artist proof. Only 2 available, Ray. 475, no buyer's premium. Thank you.
Well, I think it's great, and as always, I've always said this. Did you know my mother and my sister owned an art gallery in Madeira Beach, Florida for many, many years, and they went out of business, and it was because of carrying costs. So I've always said this. If you are lucky enough to have a mom and pop frame shop in your town, go see them. I know you have something under the bed, behind the headboard. Grandma, auntie, somebody gave us this work of art. We should get it framed. Go get it framed, and don't quibble about the price. When you look at this frame, I see $475 at a discount price on just the frame. You're getting the art for free. You're getting the art for free. Guys, we have 2 left. Oh, hang on. My mic's off. Okay, right? And it's right there. We go, and I do want to, I just can't emphasize enough, they're so much more beautiful in person. They're just so much more beautiful. You can see that incredible amount of hand painting. All of the gold and silver is hand painted. See, I'm under a very bright spotlight. Okay, we're going to give it away. Yeah, it's free. You're getting it for the price of the frame. We have one left. It is on canvas. It's not on paper. And when you talk to your framer, I don't know if my mic can pick this up, but it's on linen. That's linen. That's not paper. And that is a gold fillet inner, gold fillet outer. Perfect. Perfect for the presentation of the art. Perfect for the presentation of the art. One left. And you know what? All of that is fine. But doesn't it makes me happy just to see it. To me, it exudes happiness. Let's go to the cert. 1 left. Oh, wait. Is that the next lot? Oh, that's the next lot. They already took the cert over there. Go back to the art. This one is, I'm showing you the cert on the next work of art. This one is a sunflower in a robusta bloom.
Ray, I love that there were only 5 in the world, and how exclusive is that? I mean, how many artists actually do that in the world? Only 5 deluxe pieces hand embellished on canvas. Not very often you find it.
What has happened it used to be for at least a century, artist proof was 5 to 10. Then it became was the standard 80, almost 100 years. Now the industry standard is 50 artist proofs.
You are the industry standard.
Yes, I am.
All right, guys, here's the reality. I still have one more opportunity. Next caller takes it home. But we are going to move on to our next fantastic original. One more opportunity on the sunflowers.
Well, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about to move on. So if you'd like to stay with me then. Okay, we now have a beautiful work of art coming your way. It's a figurative work by Lisa Mee. And you are once again able to have the opportunity to bid on the original painting with the rare hand-embellished printer's proof. Remember, there's only 2 of those in the world. It comes as a gift with the original on this special occasion, as we have now the pleasure to learn about it with Ray and our very special guest, Lisa Mee. Thank you, Lisa.
Well, once again, Richard, can we bring up the studio lights? No, I think that's everything, right?
Yeah, that's everything.
Okay.
We're giving it all she's got.
Giving it all she's got, Captain.
I'll be sunbaked at the end of the night.
Before I turn it over to Lisa Mee, I want to let you know something. Every once in a while, an artist will just hit their stride. And I'm going to do another Elvis reference here. Just because an artist is a genius, there are works of art by Picasso, works of art by Van Gogh that just aren't that good. Look at Van Gogh's Peasant series. There's some pretty rough ones in there. I'm referencing Elvis because in the movie Clam Bake, there's a song called Do the Clam. It's awful. But Elvis was a genius and gave us some of the greatest hits in rock and roll. But what I want to say, this is a tour de force. This is a masterpiece. Everything has come together. I started with the yellows. And my eye went through the composition.
That's the halo.
And that took me into the orange. It's very difficult to work in orange.
Correct.
Very difficult to work in orange.
You're hearing it from the master.
And
correct.
Very few people can do it. And one last little kind of Hollywood showbiz trivia. You know what Frank Sinatra's favorite color was? Orange.
I did not know.
And you'll see that throughout his home. If you look at his home in Palm Desert, or it's Palm Springs.
Palm Springs.
And orange. And he had an orange car too. Anyhow.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that. That's very fascinating.
I look at the synchronicity, the harmony of color. This is a tour de force. It is one of your greatest works. I love it. Now your turn, please.
Oh no, right. No, you're very, I mean, of course you, as Wayne, the impeccable eye ray. I mean, it's correct. Orange, like green, is a very difficult color to work with, but somehow I love to portray figures with subtle elegance And I remember you saying, I wish women would wear hats again.
I do.
I love hats. Okay, so I'm just saying that right now. So I just wanted to say that I love portraying women in a very glamorous pose. She is centerpiece of the composition, no question, yet she seems suspended and supported by these beautiful floral botanicals that surround her in a rotational movement. And, you know, even though it seems easy to do, it is a jigsaw puzzle. It is a jigsaw puzzle. So you have to merge, as you said, orange, which is a very difficult color to work with. You have to merge the lights and the darks, the contrasts, the straights and the curves, the dense areas with the lighter areas, the cooler colors with the warm areas. And that's what I did in this painting. But I also, you know, for me, I just feel that women in general, these days, I mean, maybe I'm coming across as a prude, but I like portraying timeless elegance, not one that is momentary. I like to portray women in their prime, no matter what age. There is no age associated with any of my figure paintings, as you can tell. I feel that that is necessary in the times we're living in, where women have to amplify their voices now more than ever. And it's a tour de force for me to put together a figure composition like this, where there's a flirtiness too, without getting my hand slapped about it. And, you know, really, I mean, that is a hard thing to do. And, you know, it's like telling a fun joke without getting yelled at. And,
right.
you know, I love the elaborate, I love opulence. That's also a part of my...
My mother often said, you can never be overdressed.
Oh, right on. I wish I'd met your
Because
mom.
when I was young, I was in my teens and I had a suit on and I was going to go meet some friends at a get-together. And I said, I got to change. And my mother said, you can never be overdressed. I went. It was a success. But I do, with that in mind, I want to say this to the young ladies of today. I said this to Lori, my sweetie, the other day. I go, do they stand in front of the closet and do this and just grab stuff? I go, none of that matches. None of that matches.
Correct.
Have you seen? Is it just me?
No, Ray.
Is it just
me?
me?
It is not just you. It has nothing to do with age. It is a sensibility, I think, that is kind of getting lost out there. Bring back fashion. Bring back luxury. Bring
heels.
back.
I like all of it.
I love it too. And you know what? Also, embrace femininity in the best way. And I love doing that in my in my paintings. She is the epitome of this. She is the epitome of femininity, the subtle hand gesture. There is no face that is overtly shown in this painting, as you'll see with the hat. But as I've said before on the show, I love Art Deco. That is also a big influence in my paintings. And I love integrating the forms of botanicals, as you can see, swirling around the figure. And it comes together to form this integrated whole, back to what we were talking about earlier, which is basically the underpinning of all great art.
Well, it really is a visual feast, and I'm going to jump in here again. I want to move the print back just a moment. We'll talk about that in a moment. I do want to let you know that this is the original. And when you see one in Manhattan at $50,000, you're going to wish that you could have bid on this one. But what I really want to let you know is that she was talking, and something I've heard artists say over the last 40 years, problem solving. Once you make a single line, look at those blacks. Renoir said black is the queen of all color.
Right on.
It's hard to work with, but you've done it. This is color orchestration. This is color at a master's level. And I've said it before, and we have an artist who's 93, and I will say it again with your art, and it's certainly not 93. This is not how you paint after 10 years. This is not how you paint after 20 years. This is how you paint after 30 years. It is the school of hard knocks. You can't buy this. The talent, you have to earn it. Has there ever been,
You are right.
in the creation of you making art, has there ever been a little blood, sweat, and tears?
A little.
Yeah.
So I remember Wayne telling me, he was like egging on Oscar. It's like, Kakashi, you've got to tell me, just like cut to the chase, give me the formula, give me the, there is the golden means,
Right.
And Kakashi looked at him, he's like, you're going to have to figure this out on your own because that is the only way you're going to find your voice. It is like talking to a jazz musician today and saying, all right, there's Duke Ellington, there's Ella Fitzgerald, Louis Armstrong, all those greats. However, you have got to figure it out through blood, sweat, and tears. People say, oh, I was born with a gift. Wayne used to say, you cannot teach somebody to paint. You cannot teach anyone to paint. You can teach them 1, 2, 3, but after that, forget about it.
Tony might know this. Who was the band leader for Johnny Carson for 25 years?
Doc Severinsen, oh my God, yeah.
In the later years of his life, I think he was 77 years old, and he was getting ready for a concert in LA, and he was out by the pool rehearsing. And someone came up to him and goes, "You're Doc Severinsen. Why are you rehearsing?" Because I'm just starting to learn this.
Yeah.
Pablo Casals at 83.
Oh, yes.
His famous quote. I'm starting to get the hang of it.
Correct.
All right, over to the auctioneer.
And Ray Taylor, you're doing well at this auction business, aren't you? 37 is bid, 37 only, and you've got less than a minute now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget the printer's proof. Thank you, Lisa. A Kiss to Build a Dream On. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very famous song there, ladies and gentlemen. But look at all these, the rare papers that she uses in her collage. The gold leaf, the silver leaf, the new paints. Ray, have you spoken about the new paints with Lisa? Wow, she's brought them back from Japan, these special colors. You can't buy them over here.
Tell me more.
She's going to tell you more on the next piece because we're about to sell at 39. 39 last call. 39, and you got to be quick if you want it at 39. Give me 4. Let's move on. At 39. 39, anyone else? Yes or no? 39 is bid. Hold on, we'll give you 15 seconds. 39, 39, that's the best I can do. 12 now, 10, thank you very much. 4,000 with Michael. 4 with Michael, 4 with Michael, 4 going to hit a 4 up, 4 up, 4 up, 4 up, 4, and it's going at 4,000. Got to be quick, don't lose it. 4,000 with Michael bidder, at 4,000 I'm selling, at 4,000 on the original with the beautiful printer's proof. Going once, going twice, we're done. So, well done. Thank you very much at 4,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you had the printer's proof. Now we're going to give you the opportunity to bid on artist proof number 1. There are only 5 in the world, remember. Let's not waste time. Someone started at 500. I think that's worth an opening bid. You tell us. Get it underway. We will give you 2 minutes to bid on it. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Ray, and here's Lisa. And Ray, you can learn all about these brand new paints from Japan that Lisa's brought.
You heard me yelling. I want to interrupt Richard right when he was wrapping that up. Go to my computer. Whoever got that original, I want to put this in context. These are not published. These are not published originals. These are not published originals. Do you understand how well you're doing on this show? When the economy rebounds, and a year ago, and I have it on an unalterable FCC tape, there were 31 originals. Now they have 11, and 3 of those are sold. That means they're down to 8 paintings. That is why supply and demand. That is why they're raising their prices. So, once again, turn on your DVR. We're making history. We're making history. You're bidding on number 1. Now, this is artist proof number 1 in the world. On canvas. Can we zoom in right here?
This is for number 1, guys.
And leave the camera there because of the quality. That's all hand painted by Lisa. That's all of that raised, that gold, that silver. That is her hand, her vision. The frame is 500. Oh, and I want you to check. Oh, I love it when you check. On the frame now, that's going to be 25 by 28, 25 by 28. There's a yardstick right there. Someone's just gonna, well, about 35 and a half. Let's call it a yardstick. You can see it. It is on canvas. Let's go.
Okay, we're selling now on the artist proof number 1. The only one opportunity in the world to own a kiss to build a dream on. Who's going to get it? The printer's proof went with the original. You've got the opportunity to own number 1, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. This is the one you're bidding on. You are bidding on the opportunity to own number 1. And ladies and gentlemen, 750 I just heard. Thank you very much. 750 is bid. We're selling now. You got 30 seconds. 750 bid. 750. 750. 750. 750. 750 is bid. I'll take 800 now. 750. 750 and it's going. About to sell then at 750. Last chance, last call.
I think we're in North Carolina.
North Carolina in the lead at 750 then. Thank you. 750 bid. 750 is there. 800 to move on at 750. Last chance to own the number 1 in the world. Come on, who wants it? 750. Anyone else, yes or no? I see you're all on the phone. If you're not bidding, you're not going to collect it. You've got 10 seconds now. 750. Last chance, last call. Anyone else, yes or no? Come on, America, it's worth more than this. Selling and going at 750. This is low. This is low for the quality and the rarity of what you're bidding on. 750 is being given away at this level. Going once then. It is selling this time. If you don't bid now, you're losing it. 7 bid. 50 twice. 750. The gavel's high. Tony said sell it. It's gone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to be very, very quick. There's no buyer's premium on that. We have 2 available of the other numbers. It's either number 2, 3, 4, or 5. I don't know which one it is, but we have 2 available. First 2 people, and you've got the price of $475, no buyer's premium. Here is Ray, and Ray, it's over to you, sir. We've got about 1 minute and 40 seconds. Here we go.
Well, what I like about it, again, is quality, quality, quality. Legally, we could advertise this and auction it off as a mixed media original painting because all of the gold, all of the raised areas is by her hand. And yeah, that is an original painting over the printed areas on canvas. And as you know, in the world of collecting art, there is a hierarchy. A work on canvas, traditionally, but not always, is more valuable than the work on paper. I don't know of too many exceptions to the rule, but I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's someone out there going, oh, I know, and you know, let me know later. But I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that you're acquiring art at a very lovely time in history. And this is not once in a lifetime. Lifetime is defined as 73 years. It is once in 100 years. Because as we know, for the last 500 years that we know of, and earlier, if you read the ancient writings of the Greeks, a plague, a bubonic plague, or a pandemic comes about every 100 years. The last one was in 1918. They called it the Spanish flu. Now they're not so sure it was influenza. It was doesn't matter. We've had a chain of events that has led to a perfect storm. You know, if this was before the pandemic, you know, and I know you know, we'd be at $2,400 on a mixed media original on canvas. But right now, this is roughly about $2,000 where we should be. So it's a great time. You know, it's one of those few times you can collect art without feeling guilt. I just spent $4,000. Should I, you know? No, be happy. You want to get in a bad mood? Go to a grocery store. What in the wide world is... I just saw a $10 loaf of bread. Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
You want to get in a good mood? Buy art
Only
on
one
this
available
show.
then, graphics, thank you very much. One available only. One's gone. 475, no buyer's premium. There's one available if you want it. Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. We're ready to move on. Who's going to be the lucky owner of it? Ladies and gentlemen, there can only be one person. We only had two. One's gone. Artist proof number one went, then there were two available, now only one. Kim's in charge of the phone, doing a marvellous job as always. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on. Wait till you see this. Now, the next painting is actually, I've got to tell you, Lisa, my grandmother's favourite part of Europe, and she loved Captivated on the French Riviera. Ladies and gentlemen, and this is a beautiful, beautiful piece. It's now your opportunity to learn about this piece with Ray and with Lisa, and Lisa will tell you all about these brand new paints that she has discovered in Japan. Here she is.
So I just wanted to say that Cap Ferrat is a beautiful point on the French Riviera where my late husband and I, we'd often take beautiful walks along the Mediterranean Sea Walk, and this is one of the views that would catch my eye. And you know, artists often, we observe things that a lot of people miss, and it really was the lush foliage that caught my eye in this perspective. So I played off with, I always say, it's like building off a room when you're decorating a room. You pick something that you love and you build around it. So for me, it was the trees. The foliage of the trees, the curvature leaning towards the left, it was really unusual. And this particular part of Cap Ferrat, it actually is a walk that angles towards Beaulieu-sur-Mer. If you want to Google that, it's an extraordinarily gorgeous, stunning setting. So as I was walking along here with Wayne, the sun was setting and this radiant kind of magenta backdrop was behind the trees. So that's what I kind of tried to capture in this canvas. You can see the kind of subtle kind of, you know, all of those who you buy the artworks, the originals actually, you can see the subtle kind of magenta tinge there. That is the sunset that I saw that day. And I used a very highly pigmented Japanese paint to accent these pinks across the canvas with. And to me, as you know, Ray, colors are energy, they emit light, they emit life, and it is a balance, it's a teeter-totter because you can't just have a contrast, you can't just have a composition of just hot colors. It would blind you. So I toned it down with this very cool tone blue wash behind it, as well as the tinge of the Mediterranean Sea below.
The thing I was immediately drawn to was the balance of the water and the sky, and I love your attention to detail. I like the Japanese cherry blossoms, but it's balanced by the boldness of the orange here. Now by itself it wouldn't work, but it's right here. It's right there in the bottom right. It's a brilliant composition. 1, 2, and that little chevron shape is right here. It's right there. And then we have the balance, the 1, 2 again. It's the only place on the painting where it occurs, and without it being enveloped in yellow, it wouldn't work. You're brilliant. It's just a joy to see so many elements all come together.
No, Ray, of course, as Wayne said, you've got your impeccable eye, Ray. I mean, eagle eye, Ray, as he would call you. Well, if you take away that orange,
right,
this composition would just, it wouldn't be as it would be there.
It'd be okay. It'd be okay.
It would not, you know, as Leonard, it's the pulsation of life you want to portray on a canvas. It is that subtlety, that movement, and that hot spot of cadmium orange orange. That's the color I used. It's not an easy color to work with.
No. That's kind of what I built up to.
Yeah. No, exactly. And you mentioned it in the previous painting. Orange is a very difficult color to maneuver. And I'm trying not to get too technical in tonight's presentation.
We have a lot of artists that watch the show. We have a lot of artists that learn from the show and learn from people like you that have paid the dues.
Yeah. It's blood, back to blood, sweat, and tears, and that's what it is. And you have to take into consideration each color represents an element: water, earth, air, fire. So you take these combinations and you say, okay, now where, it's like cooking, if you've ever cooked.
Sure,
or even,
I love to cook.
I mean, so do I, right? So you go into the kitchen and you say, wait a minute, you know what, I think this needs a little cayenne pepper, or I've got to hold back, I need a little paprika, or I'm gonna, you know what, a little earthiness, I need some oregano, a little hit of grass in there. I mean, in grass legally, but I'm just saying that, you know, whatever. But I'm just saying that it needs that balance factor. And, you know, people look at these paintings like, oh, it just came out in one fell swoop. Well, no, it didn't.
No,
it was one.
23.
Each quadrant is deliberate. Each brush stroke is deliberate. I do not just look at this and say, oh, I'll just slap on the paint. I can just wipe it away. Do you think I can erase this?
No. That is the degree of difficulty I've been talking about. This is very one-way street.
Right.
This is very no turning back.
Exactly. So, you know, when I look at my paintings, even when I come here, I say, wow, how did I do this? How did I do all this? But, you know, really it is a matter of, you have to be bold in your intuition, and it is like being a jazz musician. Like, as you know, we've talked about music, you have to have, like, take the key of C and say, all right, I'm going to do this, and just run with it and see what happens. But when I paint, in my method anyway, there are other painters who can do this, but who erase things, but I cannot erase my painting strokes.
No.
The way I lay it down, it is there permanently. I cannot just wipe it across the canvas because it becomes a smear of mud. So I have to be very careful as far as my placements of each detailed aspect of each section of the painting. And the same goes for the embellished prints. I am very cautious in embellishing these prints because I don't want them to look too heavy and weighted. Never do I want my paintings to look heavy and weighted, too earthy, too muddy. That is always a danger for me because it doesn't sing forth with a life force. And that is always, the point of my paintings is to project the illusion of life.
Right. And that concept is called topography, a sense of place, a sense of being in that place, topography. And what I've loved about this is that the only positioning of orange swoops your eye into the 3 yellow roses of Texas. And that gives us a foreground. That gives us our sense of being there, our sense of topography, because those are the only 3 yellow flowers in the whole composition at the bottom. This doesn't come easy. There's no school where you learn these upper level tricks. Watch the eye. It goes right there.
Correct. And you know, I learn from it. I think you think I'm learning. I'm just making this up. No, I'm looking at Manet. I'm looking at Kokoschka. I am looking at Klimt.
26.
Do you think that this is all stuff that can be erased in the water?
No.
No. The minute it goes down, it is permanent. If I added more paint to that blue area, it would totally
would turn it into mud.
Down the painting.
We have a request. They want to see very thick, very high quality frame. It is signed and titled or inscribed, if you wish, on the back. But once again, I do want to show you the massive amount of painting, of just skill.
Raymond?
Yes?
You got to put it on the block.
Oh, we got to. All right.
Of the essence.
I've got a wee bit of a sore throat. Good thing I have a professional auctioneer here.
Well, I'll do my best. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. 26, the beautiful French Riviera. Cap Ferrat. If you ever get a chance to travel there, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely stunning part of Europe. The Côte d'Azur, the beautiful French Riviera. Ladies and gentlemen, it's selling then the original with the printer's proof. Remember, there's only 2 printer's proofs in the world. You're getting one of them. It's hand signed on canvas together with the original, and it's about to go. Is there anyone else now? Tony, last chance. 27 I have with Oregon. 27 with Oregon now at 27. 27 on the pair at 27. 27. 27 is bid. 27 is bid. 28 is bid. 28 is bid. 28 is bid. 28 is bid. 28. Where? Delaware, thank you, Cleo. 28 is bid. 28 is bid. Beverly, your option, I'd go to 3 if I were you. At 28, 28, it's not much of a jump, but it's psychological. At 28, 28, always good to take the psychological jump. At 28 bid, at 28 bid, at 28, got a bit of 28, 28, 28 bid, Beverly. Anyone else, yes or no? At 28, got a bit of 28, 28 bid. At 28 bid, 28 bid, 28 bid with Cleo's, how much? 29 with Pennsylvania, with Jenny. At 29, 29 with Jenny's bidder now. At 29, get a bit of 29, 3,000 with Cleo. 3,000 with Cleo. 3 I'm bid. 3,000 bid. 3,000. Look at this beautiful, unique, I mean, this is the art collector's dream. The original painting and the artist proof number 1. Do you have any idea anywhere else in the world what collectors would do just to find the original and then to be able to find the artist proof number 1? We're supplying it, the printer's proof with the piece, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a collector's dream. The printer's proof and the original, 31 and it's going now. 3-1 is bid. 3-1 with Jenny. 3-2 with Cleo. 3-2 with Cleo's bidder. 3-2, 3-2 is bid, 32 with Cleo's bidder now, at 32, 32, Jenny, go to 35, 33 with Jenny, 33, I would recommend 35, it's up to you, 33, 33 is bid, 33, up to you Cleo, 33, 33 with Jenny's bidder, 33, next bid, got to be a good one, if you really want it.
34.
34, I'll take it. 34, 34, 34. I don't mind working for it, as they say. At 34, 34 is bid. 35 with Jenny. 35, 35. Someone put a 4 in front of it. Let's go. At 35, I'm bid, and well worth it. 36. Now 4, now 4. At 36, I'm bid. 36, I'm bid. 36. Someone bid me. 36. Who's got 4,000 for the pair? 36. You tell me. Come on, bid me now. At 36, Jenny's out. At 36, 36 for the pair, and they're going. At 36, and it's going once. At 36, the original with the printer's proof, going twice, 3-6 only. Well done, thank you, Cleo, your bidder, thank you. Congratulations on Lush Trees near Cap Ferrat, thank you very much. Now you have the opportunity to bid on artist proof number 1. What a gorgeous piece. It's up for auction right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 1 in the world, artist proof number 1. I'll just show you what you're bidding on here. Number 1 of only 5, hand-signed Lisa Mee on canvas, the deluxe print, which is also hand-embellished there, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a beautiful, beautiful work of art. Here is Ray. You've got 2 minutes. Let's start the bidding. Artist proof number 1, Ray. No buyer's premium on this, don't forget. So let's get going. No buyer's premium. Here's Ray.
Well, one of the most, without a doubt, beautiful places in the world, let's go to my computer, is Cap Ferrat. It is just beautiful, and I want to let you know that Lisa has captured its essence. What a beautiful place. It's right on the heart of the French Riviera, and that is similar, but from the other side of the bay. If you go over the hill and turn back, that's the Lisa Mee. I can't find that exact look. But how lovely. Let's go back to the art. Now, again, you are bidding on artist proof number 1. Now, what I like about Cap Ferrat, or in American Cape Ferrat, is that it was the home of Somerset Maugham. And what is it? The meeting? I'll have to look it up. But Somerset Maugham is one of my favorite authors. Noel Coward lived there. And the number of celebrities that have lived and visited and partied there is just well, once again, it is on canvas. It is on canvas. And fair and square, we could offer it. We could truly offer it as a mixed media original painting because of the quality and how it's done. It is on canvas. It's in about, I'm going to say all day long, a $400 frame. I don't think I have any problem with that. But as always, quality, quality, quality. I think we can see on the back, Kilroy was here. No, artist proof number 1. You are bidding on this and no other. Leave the camera there because what I wanted to show you was quality. That is a high quality printing on canvas, but all of the gold and silver and other areas are hand painted by her and her alone. So it could be a mixed media painting, but we like to be a bit conservative in that point of view.
Ramondo, it's time to put it on the block.
Okay, 6 is bid. Remember, there's only one opportunity to acquire this. The artist proof number 1, 650 bid. 650. 650. Once again, no buyer's premium on the artist proof number 1. No buyer's premium on the artist proof number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we've announced it in advance there for you. 650. No buyer's premium on this, so you've already saved yourself an extra 10%. What a fantastic opportunity. 650 is bid. Mike's bid. 650, 650, 650 bid. 650. I'm selling. It's going then. You got literally 40 seconds. Very lucky. 40 seconds. Tony's very generous. I had to give him 15. 40 seconds. Anyone else, yes or no? 40 seconds. Last chance then, 30 seconds now. Last chance, 650 is with Mike. Remember, there's only one opportunity to acquire the artist proof number 1. It's right here, it's right now. Don't miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants it? The beautiful scene of Cap Ferrat on the French Riviera. Number 1 of only 5 in the world. Hand embellished deluxe pieces. 7, thank you. 7 just in time. Just in time. 7 is bid. 700. Do you know that song, Lisa? Just in time? Just in time, I found you just in time. 7 bid. 7 bid. I'll take 50. She loves jazz. 7 bid. Take another 50. 7 got a bid of 7 bid. That's 7 got a bid of 7 bid. 7 bid. 7 bid only. That's 7 bid, and it's about to go, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone else, yes or no? Last chance, last call. That's 700 only. 7 is bid. I can't believe this. For the artist proof, number 1. Even if it was on paper, I could understand it. But it's on canvas, and it's hand painted. The amount of embellishment, ladies and gentlemen, makes that a very precious piece. It is about to sell. It's about to go. Take another 50. Last chance on the artist proof number 1. Tony, are we done? Fair and final warning's been given. Don't be a late bidder. You will not get a second chance on this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. Going once, no buyer's premium then. Going twice at only 700. That is a steal. Well done to you. What a lovely piece to acquire. Congratulations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to move very, very quickly because we have 2 artist proofs available. It's either number 2, 3, 4 or 5. There are only 5 in the world. I don't know the exact number, but it's a guess. 2, 3, 4 or 5. There are 2 available. 475. Kim, first 2 people to call in. We will give you a 2-minute clock. Here is Ray. 2 minutes on this fantastic artist proof. 475, no buyer's premium.
Well, there is an interesting phenomena in the brain called indexing. Have you ever, what was that person's name? I always remember, what was that very, very short story by Somerset Maugham? It was An Appointment in Samara. And it's only a paragraph long, but it is one of the greatest short stories of all time. It rivals Ernest Hemingway, who was asked to stop it. He wrote a short story in 6 words: for sale. Baby shoes, never worn. But in any event, Captivated is, my goodness, they should make nothing but movies about that place. The legends, some of the greatest people in the last 1,000 years have been there and visited there and dined there. Anyhow, Artist proof number one. Oh wait.
Well, that's what we just sold.
We just sold artist proof number one. I did want to be correct. So we have 2 left, and and once again, it's kind of the circumstance where you could buy both of them and then give one as a gift. That is a great value. It is on canvas. It is hand painted. And literally never been offered anywhere before. But what I like about it so much is the beauty, the execution, the color coordination, and once again, just years and years and years of hard work. There's no shortcut. And I've told this story before because it left a...
All right, we're down to one available, guys.
All right, we're down to the last one. Now, we have a short amount of time left.
We're going to give it one more minute.
We're going to give it one more minute. We have 2 masterpieces coming up. There's no other way to say it. We have 2 of her masterworks coming up, and they are stunning. As if, it hasn't been so far, but... you do want to build up to a big finale, and there's only 33 minutes left in the show. Please stay with us because we're going to have a beautiful surprise for you.
The show finale piece on about 11:45, so we got to get.
Yeah, about 13 minutes. We're going to have the show finale.
Okay, one left. That's all there is. One left only. You've got to be quick if you want it. What a fantastic opportunity. We're about to move on, I believe. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming into the final half hour of the show. And the next painting, well, it's a beautiful figurative work. And it's very aptly titled. I think the title suits our guest tonight, Ray, because it's called Amazing Grace, ladies and gentlemen. So let's bring out Ray and our special guest, Lisa Mee, to talk about her wonderful work, Amazing Grace. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Hi, Ray. Sir Ray. Dashing Ray.
This is outstanding. This is a museum piece. And I'm looking at the complexity, and I love the shadow over the eye, and it's wonderful that you're able to just create works that no one else in the world can create. We have a beautiful color palette. We have an extraordinary composition. You've outdone yourself.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you. That means a lot. This is actually based on a woman I know. She's been through a lot in her life, but she was kind of playing around with a hat. I love hats.
Of course.
So she's playing around with a hat. I said, stop. I did a quick sketch. Decided to develop it into a studio canvas. And as I work, I've learned to abandon myself to spontaneity. And you really have to allow that ego sense of step 1, 2, 3. You've got to just kind of throw that out the window. You've got to just let go of technique at a certain point. It's like a jazz musician in music. So, although in ancient traditions of art, what do we think of Madonna, the great religious paintings of our time? So if you look carefully, the underpinning of this painting is a triangular structure.
Oh, yes.
So when you look at Madonna paintings in churches, Raphael, Michelangelo, all of them, they understood that the triangle was the most potent shape on a two-dimensional surface. And I remember this, and I work with this in the background of my head as I'm painting, if that makes any sense. It's not the upfront kind of deliberate step 1, 2, 3 that I work with, but she kind of emerged from that cycle of just a triangle. So I figured, like, you know what, I love the energy, the dispersion of paint from that kind of cycle. She is surrounded by a lot of cylindrical forms, meaning botanicals, these little subtle textural collaged elements of flowers. And this adds a whole other dimension to her shape and her face. Her face is essentially oval, right?
Of course.
But again, the underpinning, I'm going to say something. I was actually trying to put her on stripes. If you look carefully, you'll see.
I noticed that right away.
I was like, I'm going to try to put this woman on a striped background, because I always try to juxtapose, straight back to my darling Wayne, straights and curves, again, the teeter-totter of juxtaposition.
Sure.
And however, she kind of erupted into a kind of overflowing garden to me. Her bouquet, her fragrance, her perfume just came roaring at me. And this is what happens when I paint. I just abandon all of that reasoning aspect of my mind as I'm working and allow that spontaneity to flow through.
You mean the cosmic force? And
That's it.
And I'm seeing this in this work of art.
Yeah.
A couple of passages that I just love so much is would I be saying cobalt blue?
Yes.
And it just meanders like a river through it, and it takes us to our eyes. Now, getting back to the triangle, did you know that Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper is based on a triangle? And if you look throughout history, why is the triangle so appealing to the human mind? It's the hardest shape to tip over. A circular composition denotes movement. A rectangular is solidarity.
Correct.
But that's right, a weeble will wobble, but a wobble won't fall down. But there is something in the elegant permanence of the pyramid. And I noticed it right away. It's right here. But what I'm also, again, is just marveling at your sense of color. Now, here's something that is so hard to do that you've mastered, is the juxtaposition of the black and gold. We were talking about another artist who was very good at that, but I do want to show you the back of it first. This is, of course, the original on a very expensive custom-made canvas. But again, the colors. Look at the shadow under her chin and those metallic pigments. And the reds. The red, to me, is the way you've done. There are two reds that, well, there's more than two reds, but two that struck my eye immediately. This very dark burgundy here, which is perfect with the reds here.
Oh, Ray,
it's just,
you picked up on it again. I mean, it's dense.
It's very subtle.
It's dense and light. Again, it's a play of contrast. And also, as Wayne would say to me, as Kokoschka said to him, you don't paint the eye, you paint the look in the eye. And that is a very difficult thing to do, because you don't want to just take a picture of someone and replicate it on canvas. You want to portray a subtle mystery, a subtle force of the person who is staring. I've known her for some time.
The painting would not work without the humanity that is in the eyes.
That's right.
If it didn't have that immediate connection, that immediate connection.
Yes, exactly.
I was just reading a paper on pareidolia where they'll see like the Virgin Mary in a toasted bread, or a little puppy and a Cheeto, or things like that. Because in our very innate since birth, it is very important for us to identify our mother. It is literally life or death. So that connection of the eyes.
I love that. I love that.
There's a very nice paper on pareidolia. But just start with the one on Wikipedia. I think it's referenced at the bottom. Because what I do, I'll start with something and then go deeper and deeper. But again, no, you're absolutely right. The concept of the eyes and the pyramid It's perfect. Now, getting to my my favorite part is you have to tell me about the color under the chin.
Well, that's shadowing.
Yes.
And it's difficult because when you add a darker, as my way to say it, the more paint you add to a face, the older the person appears. So that's why Matisse, and I studied Matisse at length, looking at his originals. When you look at a Matisse original, you don't see layers and layers and layers of paint. You see very veiled, thin, very veiled, like kind of almost diaphanous layers of paint. Same thing with Kokoschka, in fact. People think Kokoschka, he palette knifed all of those paintings of portraits. No, he did not. And that is an art form in itself. And I think that has been lost as far as a technique, because when you look at people who work in today's, and I admire this, the academic tradition of portraiture. It is a lot of paint, it's a lot of layering, but it looks dated, it looks stagnant, it looks static. And so I want to create a more vibrant approach to the figure than was ever been seen before. That's the challenge.
I absolutely agree. And I do want to let everybody know it is 2 for 1 money. It is 2 for 1 money. I guess we are going to be bidding this one out. Ladies and gentlemen, turn on the DVR if you haven't yet. You're making a digital provenance that is irreplaceable. I just feel it. I can just tell that this is history. And I know in future generations, these are going to be treasured. Are we about to go to put it on the block?
35 is bid. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Lisa. 35 is bid. 35. You got the original with the very exclusive printer's proof, hand embellished. Only 2 of those in the world. You're getting one of them with the original as a gift. 35 is bid. 35. 35, 35, 30, 36 with Jenny's bidder now. 36, who's got 4,000? Let's get serious. At 36, 36 is bid. 36 on this gorgeous, gorgeous figurative work. 37, 37 is bid. 38, Texas, thank you. 37 with Texas. 37 with Texas. 37, 38 I had, actually, Tony,
Oregon.
Okay, 38 with Oregon, 38 with Oregon, 38 with Oregon, 38, Jenny's out, 38 is bid, 38, 38, anyone else?
Texas is out.
38, 38, Oregon in the lead then at 38, 38, got a bit of 38, 38, 38, 38 spid, 38 spid, 38 spid, last chance, last call, this is low for this. What a beautiful opportunity. 38. 4,000 with Beverly. Well done, Beverly. 4,000 bid. 4,000 is bid. Thank you, Armando's out. 4,000 with Beverly then.
Are we good, Kim? Armando's out.
Armando is out at the moment. 4,000 we're selling then. 4,000 we're going. Thank you, Ray. 4,000 is bid on the beautiful original figurative work then. 4,000 is bid. 4,000 going one. He is the art whisperer. At 4,000 going once. 4,000 going twice. The gavel's high. Sold and gone. Thank you very much. Congratulations to our bidder there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you got the opportunity to bid on the artist proof number 1. Artist proof number 1. We've got to be relatively quick on this, ladies and gentlemen. No buyer's premium on it. Let's get bidding. You've got a 2-minute clock. Someone start it. I think 500 would be a fair opening bid. Ray, Tony. If people aren't interested in the number 1, we have 2 available of the print. Which would be 2, 3, 4 or 5. We don't know the number, but there are 2 available at 475 as well. Is that correct? So we're bidding on this one 500. If you want the other two, they're going to be 475, no buyer's premium. Be very quick if you'd like them. We're doing that to aid the time because we're coming into the final 20 minutes now. And we have the grand finale. Wait till you see. The largest painting ever to come to auction in the world is coming up next with Ray. We had the figurative work last night. Wait till you see this one tonight. Here's Ray.
I wanted to share with everyone one of my most treasured possessions, and no, it's not for sale. This was given to me as a gift. Hi, friend Ray. This book is now out of print. But we found it. We found a few copies. And now it is a retired library book, which I collect. And this was given to me by my friend, oops, am I upside down? Wayne Ensrud. And he signed it, Wayne and Lisa. But more, now it has some of the great works of art by Oskar Kokoschka. And we were talking about Kokoschka's theory, but Wayne typed me a letter. And I'm going to read it on the air. Now, you can bid on this work of art, but I want to read to you, and I want to show you the back of the book while I read. Here's a brief summation of what Kokoschka awakened in my sleeping soul. Art has a mission to perform. It should be a means of communication between man and man, the same purpose as language. I do not believe in art for art's sake. What's a pretty package but empty inside? A painting should be a means of establishing contact with others. That's what you've been doing all night, Lisa. The artist has a responsibility to envision and embrace the whole world in a spirit of love, to see and rejoice in the grand unity of creation. One paints for the spiritually starving, for an audience of the blind. A good painter should be able to paint anything, but a great painter is the servant of compulsions which are ordained by the very structure of the soul. Artists are not interested in policies, but in values, and this is our field of battle. I believe in the miracle of a great blinding moment of illumination when the human spirit, radiating light and laughter, you were talking about that earlier, joy and love, nourishes the intuition. When your spirit trembles with joy, then art will find its true form and place. This should be engraved on a building. The artist can then play like a fountain without strife, without even trying. Art has no intention, that is to say, no theology, no theory, no system. Art is a purifying factor. It preaches nothing. Its essence is joy and love, which unravels the tensions, relaxes the soul. And here it is. The secret of art's healing power, is in the viewer, not in the artist. The only measure is in reaction. I'm going to save the final paragraph for the next work of art.
All right. All right, let's do the last minute. Last minute, guys. We got to finish this out.
I made Lisa cry, and you know what? I think I might do it again because I have a paragraph left. I've saved the best paragraph for the very end. And I think you can see the great quality of a work here. This is nothing but true quality. The work is on canvas. They've never been offered anywhere in the world before. You're a part of history.
All right, last call on number one here, guys.
A $50 bid could win Artist Proof number 1. Sorry, Lisa. Poor little buttercup. I should have warned you. I kind of threw a curveball right at her.
All right, let's wrap it up.
Okay, let's wrap it up.
650 is bid then. We're selling now, ladies and gentlemen, the Artist Proof number 1. Artist Proof number 1, the fantastic piece by the wonderful Lisa Mee. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a trooper. She's been through a lot this year, and those were beautiful words. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an amazing opportunity to acquire her number 1 piece in the world, the Artist Proof number 1. We're only at 650. I'll take another 50 off anyone. Got to be quick. 650 bid. 650 takes 7 bid. 650 takes 7 now. Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. There's only one opportunity to own the #1 in the world. It's right here. It's right now, America. 650 is bid. 650. Last chance, last call. Anyone? 7, thank you. With Hunter then. 7 bid, 7 bid. We're selling, we're moving on. 7 got a bid of 7. It goes once, goes twice. Are we done? No buyer's premium. Sold and gone 7. Now we have 2 available at 475. 475. Tony's giving you a 2-minute clock. Ladies and gentlemen, 475, no buyer's premium. And it is a fantastic, fantastic piece. Let's bring up the next piece with Ray. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Focus on that work of art for a second.
And I know. All right, there are 2 available literally in the world. And let's just throw logic out the window. And even if you're not a connoisseur of art, you can tell that's great. That's great art. That is great art. I love her simple yet profound portrayal of the clavicle. It's perfect. The work of art would be too flat without this brilliant, brilliant brushstroke.
All right, we're down to 1 available, right?
There is 1, and 1 and done, 1 is gone. We must move on. We have saved a masterpiece. I mean, a tour de force that's going to be coming up on this stage in about 1 minute. In about 1 minute. All right, first come, first serve. We have 1. I heard 2 lines ring. Somebody's going to win it, someone's not. I'm going to wait till we have confirmation that they said we'll take it.
I'm just letting the clock run out.
I'll let the clock run out either way. Again, the work is on canvas. We're at the price of the frame. But it's the quality of execution and printing.
All right, Ray, we've still got the 1 available. Next
We have 1 left.
1 available. All right, you guys can do the full
You know, many times on this show, I kind of have a sense that perhaps I wax superlative and too much. I'm ebullient, and I love it. I think it's quite fair to say that Richard, Lisa Mee, and I truly love art. But when I talk about these great works of art, I want you to know something. It's not just me. I'm going to only show you a partial, a little piece of the portfolio of real art experts that have come to love and enjoy Lisa Mee. One of the finest galleries in the world is the Louis Arenal Gallery in San Francisco. Now I'm going to tell you something. If you've got gallery space in San Francisco, I mean, that's like the highest rent in the world. You had better be good, and you'd better have a sturdy markup on your works of art. The Hamptons. Oh, yes. Real estate bargains. Someone told me, they go, Ray, you know there's a $14 ice cream cone in the Hamptons? Please let me know. But no, there's no such thing as a bargain in the Hamptons. You must be the best. You must be the best in the world. Transform Gallery of New Rochelle, New York. Impeccable reputation. And these are real art experts. People that have devoted, like Art Gotham, New York City. Art dealing, being an art dealer in Manhattan is one of the most daunting challenges on the planet. You had better not be good. You can't even be real good. You must be world class. Patch Magazine, I'm thinking of Thomas Liturgy, one of the great authors that is a part of this show. And yes, Thomas, we'll talk later. Thomas. Eco Art Shanghai, I was talking about how she was on an international tour. Look on the bottom there, Shanghai, China. Paintings were $12,000. I've got a $2,000 bid. Again, San Francisco Chronicle. I mean, the retail floor space. You want to open a gallery? Try to open a 15,000 square foot gallery in San Francisco. Wow, you better have financial backing. Once again, artinnewyorkcity.com, featured artist in the most competitive art market in the world, New York City. Isn't that wonderful? Design Law, New York City. Whom did they choose for the inauguration? They chose Lisa Mee. Of course they chose Lisa Mee for the inauguration. Look at the design on that. Going back to 2011, Chelsea Studios, New York City. I think of the Hotel Chelsea with Sid and Nancy, but that's another story. Gauchon Gallery, New York City. I'm sorry, Nyack, New York. This is a lifetime dedicated artist who has come into their own. Great Neck Art Center. Her husband, Wayne Ensrud, lectured there. Jim Dine, Louise Nevelson taught there. World class. J.H. Brown Fine Art of Wakefield, Vermont. I need to pick it up. Indie Walls, New York City. Artbound, New York City. Again, the most competitive art market in the world. And who did they choose for Ovation Arts Network? Ladies and gentlemen, may I present a masterpiece. Now, we only have about 11 minutes left in the show. We have 10 minutes left in the show. I want to let you know something. This is spectacular. To put it in perspective, this is 3 feet. This is 4 feet. If in the city of Manhattan, New York City, paintings that are this big are selling for $50,000, I respectfully ask for a bid of $100,000, and I don't think that's untoward, not in today's market. And I've got a whole portfolio of accolades about her. It's not just me. It's not just me. It's Lisa Mee. See how I did that? I'm fancy. It was, yeah, well, one moment. It was too big to measure, so I'm going to 4 feet. Oops. 4 feet, so I'm going to say 53 by 41. That's 4 feet there, and I'll set this down. I'll be right back. This is world class.
28. That is a monumental showstopper.
The largest painting ever to come to auction with last night's piece and this. Nothing has ever come to auction before quite like this. Thank you, Ray. We could get a job doing removals, couldn't we?
Yeah, I think we should.
Art removals by Raymond and Richard.
And we get to keep one per trip.
But here we go. And this beautiful piece is called Mediterranean View for the Jardin Exotique, ladies and gentlemen, in the beautiful village of Ez. Yes. In the French Riviera. I've been to Ez. It's absolutely fantastic. 2025, Lisa Mee, the largest painting, thank you, Ray, the largest painting to ever come to auction in the world, is that right? Not just here, anywhere in the world, the largest painting to ever come to auction. So you've got the first one was last night, a figurative work, but I've got to say, this is outstanding. Lisa, I don't know how you keep doing it. Let's bring Lisa in. Are you able to join us, Lisa? Lisa Mee!
Oh, thank you, Ray.
You've outdone yourself. I am nonplussed. I'm without words. But once again, I saw what you did on your other painting of Cap Ferrat. The pattern of 3 sailboats. That was in the other painting. Tell me more.
The impeccable ivory doesn't miss a beat.
I just enjoy your art so much.
Well, as the great French writer Balzac said, the mission of artists is not to imitate nature, but to express it. So I have to say this is very close to my soul and heart because it is a walk that Wayne, my beloved late husband, and I would often take. The Jardin Exotique is perched high above a French Riviera medieval village called, it's a very difficult, you think it's easy, it's Ez.
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 Right.
There is an enormous amount of foliage that you can see, and you peer through the foliage down into the Mediterranean. And one day, Wade and I are walking, holding hand in hand, and you're gonna get me crying all over again.
I know.
The sun was setting, and I did this drawing. And so when, P.S., I just want to give you a shout out, Ray. I mean, just thank you so much for all of your years of great support and loving presentation and great work on the show. Really, I know you're entering 19 years, my friend. My goodness, on the show. And to everybody here at the amazing Fine Art Auction channel who puts this tremendous production together, thank you so much. And to you, the beautiful viewers out there who have reached out to me via social media in probably the wake of the worst time of my life.
Yes.
So thank you. I just wanted to say a thank you. And so this is an homage to Wayne and myself. When you asked me back, I said, well, I got to really think about what I want to do. And I remember being in that transient time of between waking and sleeping, and I said, oh, yeah, that'll do. You know?
I just see this as what you do in time of great grief is one foot in front of the other.
That's it.
All you have to do is one foot in front of the other.
Yeah.
And I had a karate teacher, Kayoko Shinkai, with, I'll remember his name in a moment, but Matsuyama, anyhow, in times of great grief, wax the floor, but like you've never done it before. In times of great grief, do the most simple task, but with complete devotion and focus, and you will make it to the next step. That's what I see here.
And that's exactly what I channeled into this painting. And everybody out there who has ever experienced horrific loss and just trauma and grief and that pain, you know, when you dig deep, and I know you guys out there have done it, you go to that space, it's an inner sanctuary, and these are very complicated times we're living in, as you know.
Yes.
These are very difficult.
Being a grown-up is not for kids.
No way.
Being a grown-up is not for kids.
As my niece would say, no way, Jose. It is difficult out here, man. And so I say, protect your peace. And so I feel that when I did this painting, I always pour my heart and soul into every painting, but this one especially, because I remember I can almost like close my eyes and feel Wayne holding my hand as we walked along, and I can see the wall path along the Mediterranean. I can almost smell the air. I can see the light and the lush foliage as it, you know, and to me, it was like them holding hands. The trees are kind of embracing each other, and Wayne and I were looking at each other, and we kissed, and it was like, that was like the last, like, happy, joyful, blissful times of our life. So this is, for me, the denouement, as they say.
You've outdone yourself. It is a true tour de force. It is a true tour de force. Everything has come together in a single work of art. There's our 2-minute clock. Ladies and gentlemen, if you let this go for $50,000, this is the time to bid. This is the best of the best, the creme de la creme, her masterwork. And again, it is worthy of any corporate boardroom, any fine dining establishment, or how about your home? Or how about that's 3 feet. That's 4 feet. We're approaching the final minute. We're approaching the final minute.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the final minute, so don't forget, bidding will continue as we go off air now in approximately 1 minute. Here is Ray.
I will finish with what Wayne Ensrud had to say. The one unchangeable thing in a world of change is still today the human gift of extending the boundaries of the human spirit even wider. And here lies the vocation of the creative artist, which is to guard his insight into the purposes of human activity and into the purposes of art. Why should the artist always try to saturate the world with his own anguish? How thin the fare in which modern art supplies to the hungry viewers. Artists have not become desperate enough, determined enough. Somewhere at the heart of things, artists are still lazy of spirit, but by a force of will, we must force the lock, knock down the door in order to become the poet, the artist, the darer. Man may travel round the world and colonize the end of the earth, and yet never hear the singing of the universe. Through expressing compassion and joy, art creates a possibility for others to experience joy and happiness. This is the real service to mankind.
That's right. This is why we're alive, people.
We're still bidding. You can bid. I thought, did we go off the air? No, we're still here. Good.
Still here?
Good night, America.
Good night, America. Thank you so much.
Well, hello, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the auction gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.